notification on my screen that we are streaming live on YouTube. So I am going to begin the meeting. This is the April 4th, 2024 meeting of the Economic Community Development Committee of the Common Council. In attendance, I'm going to start with the committee. Myself, Jim Freyer, I see, Jalen Seed. I know that Lisa Shanahan is not going to be attending tonight's meeting. Barbara Smith is here. Darlene Young and Heather Dunn are here. I see that Council Member Nora Najelski-Eichner is here. And I don't know if there are any other council members, if there's anyone I missed. I don't think so. And obviously there are a lot of panelists tonight because the big subject is to talk about the FY 2024 capital budget. I want to make a programming note before we begin. One is, well, actually first, I'm sorry, before I do that, are there any people who wish to speak as public participation tonight?
If you're here to speak on the agenda, please use the raise your hand function. I'm going to start with Linnell Jones.
And I just want to reminder before people start speaking, and I know it's 3 minutes and it has to be germane to something on the agenda. That's the rule for every committee. And if it's, if they are bringing something up that's not on the agenda, I am going to have to step in and either direct you to something on the agenda or end your speaking portion. So I just want to make sure that's clear to everyone before we begin. And Ms. Jones, if you're ready to go, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you. My name is Linnell Jones, and I live at I've lived at 10 Point Road since the mid-'80s. My comments tonight refer to your agenda item to approve spending up to $166,000 on Indigo River for a strategic harbor RFP. You, the Common Council, the BET, and chairs of the Harbor and Shellfish Commission have seen my comments, my criticism of the process of developing this RFP without the Harbor and Shellfish commissioners, and comments on the scope of work, full of questions actual experts, our longtime trusted consultant, and longtime volunteers already know the answers to. These comments were made before I realized Laura Kenny, senior planner in P&Z until 2022, very involved with the now infamous Norwalk Industrial Waterfront Study, is currently one of the senior women at Indigo River. Following the December Harbor Commission meeting where the scope of work for the already issued strategic harbor RFP was highly criticized, Jessica Vonacek and Steve Kleppen attended the January Harbor Commission meeting and clearly stated that they did not intend to pay for harbor knowledge we already have. It was stated Jessica and Steve would create a steering committee and include Harbor Commission members and at least one Shellfish Commission member to rewrite the scope of work for this RFP. Did that happen? Nope. Why? Do we really need this RFP as written, not including Manresa? The fact that this is ARPA money does not mean there is no opportunity cost. Money could be used to bond a school building. This RFP attracted only 2 candidates, maybe because the scope made little sense to experienced consultants. No, we do not need to pay a consultant to tell us where no discharge zones are in our harbor. All of Long Island Sound is no discharge. Yes, Norwalk does need ideas for Manresa, not even mentioned. Why say in a public meeting that you will include hardworking, honest, longtime volunteers and not do it? Now that enough signatures have been collected to have a public hearing about the Eversource lines in our harbor, will you be asking the city to intervene legally as Greenwich Legal did when Eversource lied to them, protecting their taxpayers?
Ms. Jones, you're at 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'll finish. Public trust will sink to a new low if you approve the original scope of work with your friend Laura Kenny's firm. Public trust will drop even lower if you do not protect taxpayers as promised in your October Common Council 2018 minutes. Think before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Who is next, if there's anyone next for public participation?
Next, we have Diane Lauricella. Diane, I am allowing you to talk now, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chairman Goldstein and the committee members and staff. My name for the record is Diane Lauricella, 21 Little Fox Lane. I plan to speak on the harbor, the scope of the strategic plan. I actually do agree with Ms. Jones, so I will not, I just wanted to give a sense of support because I too was quite surprised that this much money was needed. I do feel there is importance in some of the additional items, but I also want to be assured that whatever amount of money is spent, that we update the current plan as well, but utilize the expertise of the volunteers and Jeff Stedman and others who have served the Harbor Commission and Shellfish Commission for decades. Just because it is ARPA money, I think I am going to now look and see and get a list of where our ARPA money went. Because I do not think we should have allowed, the council, you should not have allowed this much money when we are in dire need of enforcement and an education plan on enforcement, which is quality of life. Now I will talk about the capital budget. I left my notes at home, but I do remember the main messages, and that is people are still suffering. Your constituents are still suffering from the pandemic. You must trim some of the following departments' budgets and use that money instead to pay for enforcement people and select staff that have been now frozen and cut, even those that were already ready to be hired. And that includes the following. By removing 10,000 here and 50,000 there in the capital list, you will accumulate enough so we can afford enforcement folks and other things for our quality of life. You can do this. Do not just take the mayor's recommendations. I'm sorry, it has not been scrubbed. So let's start with the art. I know I have just seconds to go. The Arts Commission. I love art. I once helped run the Sono Art Celebration with Miss Dunn years ago. Art in public places for 150,000. Donations from businesses are the way to go. Cut this by 100,000, and so they have seed money. But ask that they look at businesses and our corporations to fund their art in public places. PMP. I see Garrett's name. They do a lot of terrific work, but I looked at their Christmas list. Cut a lot of the projects and put it into staffing. The money can be used on things we need. Next, under I think ECD special events.
You have like a few seconds to go, Diane.
I'll wrap up. Thank you. $250,000 after some of the issues with the tree expenditures. Lockwood Matthews Mansion repair, $3 million. Lastly, Broad River Complex, $1 million set aside every year so that some can achieve an artificial turf field. Isn't going to happen. So let's be a lot more direct. Lastly, Board of Ed, underground replacement. There has to be a caveat that says, instead of just popping out underground tanks, which of course I support, we don't want them to leak because that costs millions of dollars in cleanup. There has to be a caveat that Mr. Hodel must stop just automatically hooking up to gas, which is not sustainable, will never make us to green the city in the state, which I know is the desire of many of you.
I'm sorry, you've
yes,
crossed
and
the...
I thank you. I thank you for allowing me to speak a few seconds more as a long time citizen in Norwalk. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. I have to be the bad guy sometimes. We're forcing the rigorous 3-minute public meeting rule. Okay.
So there's no one else that has their hand raised, but there are some new folks that have joined as attendees. So if you would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function and we'll call on you. If you're just here to listen, we'll move on. All right. Josh, do you want me to read those names that I have?
Yeah, so just for the record, I think we received some emails earlier today. we will, Sabrina will read the names in the record. We're not going to read the emails orally into the record, but they will be included as part of the minutes. So Sabrina, take it away.
So we have Mr. Robbie Monroe sent us in an email. We have Jacqueline Francis who wrote us an email, Cassie Feldman, Nick Gorman, Sean LaCosta, Brian Salvia, Gina Tufo, Samantha, I don't have her last name, but Samantha Avalone. I'm sorry about that. Michael Foley, BJ Lawless, and Dave Hoffman is who I have for the comments we'll put into the record.
Okay. Okay. I think that unless there's anyone else, I think we can close public participation. Okay. I want to make a programming note. I know that Jess Vanishek was supposed to present the first item on tonight's agenda. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Let's do first approval of the minutes of the March 7th, 2024 special meeting. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Seed. Any amendments, changes, any issues? Mr. Seed.
There's quite a few. Just with my name, just spelling. In attendance is Jay and then there's a couple of others where the last name is spelled wrong as well. I think under new business, it's SEAD, just not SAED.
Okay. Yeah, and I see there. Okay. Any other? I'm sorry, Councilmember Freyer, did you? Okay. I didn't know if you were saying something and you just were on mute. Does anyone else have any amendments, revisions besides Councilmember Seeds? Okay. Then all in favor to the minutes as amended? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. All right. Now, I want to just make a quick programming change. Just shifting the order a little bit from the planning and zoning item. And Jess Vanishek is gonna present it. She just asked that I move it. We're swapping A and B. I think I actually need a motion to amend the agenda. Do I have Councilmember Freyer? All right, made a motion. All in favor? Okay, so moved. All right, so then we are moving on to what is now A, the FY 2024 capital budget. So the motion, obviously we'll discuss it, but the motion is to advance that FY 2024 capital budget to the Common Council for approval with the noted amendments. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Freyer. Okay, so before we get going, I know that we have a lot of people here. The department heads were sent the order in which presentations are going to happen. Quite simply, we did it by an order of fewest number of requests to greatest number of requests. So the order will be as follows, so everyone knows. Police, fire, community services, Board of Education, ECD and Parking Authority, and DPW and WPCA. I know that you all know this, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. This budget, just so everyone knows, not only this was reviewed and approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission's Capital Budget Committee to make sure it conforms with the POCD. This was also subject to the mayor and the administration's request for a 40% cut of capital budget expenses, and the budget you have in front of you is reflective of those changes. So I know that we have a lot to cover. So unless anyone has any questions or anything to begin, I'd like to hand it over to Chief Walsh.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, for our capital budget request for the next fiscal year, the first item is cars and vans. It's a traditional request on capital budget. This year, the mayor's recommendation is for $657,000. Currently, as we continue the replacement of our fleet, which was aged, we've been successful in doing that. We've purged we're up to 30 cars of our older fleet and been able to auction some of those. And we're still in that process. So with this recommendation, this will allow us to purchase 6 cars. The car price this year after upfits is $85,000 per car. The prices have jumped tremendously from last year. Probably $15,000 per car when we're all done getting them to headquarters with the upfits and the purchase of the cars. This will also allow us to purchase 2 more electric cars. With this, we're in the procurement process of buying 2 electric cars for our school resource officers. We already have the back-end electronics installed at headquarters. We're waiting for the charging station, which should be hopefully in by 30 days. And I've worked with Vanessa at DPW and Mr. Livingston, and we are in the process of ordering 2 Tesla Ys, and that will be in this year's budget. With this capital upcoming July 1st, we want to expand that for another 2 electric cars, bringing it to 4. So within 1 year, we've been able to vastly increase our agenda for green cars for the police department. We did sit down with Tesla, and they have a very affordable price for those cars for government pricing. 600. So our request for cars and vans is $657,000. The second item is motorcycles. That request is for the purchase of 4 BMW motorcycles. At one time, the traditional police motorcycle was the Harley Davidson. Approximately 8 years ago, we went to BMW motorcycles. They're less expensive. Those 4 motorcycles are assigned to the traffic units among certified operators. They go through a very extensive course to become certified operators. Since January 2023, the police department has made just shy of 11,000 car stops. We've seen almost a 180% increase in car stops, probably leading to a correlation in the reduction of traffic accidents. We were recently recognized by the Connecticut DOT and Governor Lamont for our efforts in the city of Norwalk in reducing car accidents and reducing especially accidents with injuries and fatal accidents. And that's probably a direct correlation with some of the traffic enforcement that is going on in the city to our traffic unit. And those guys are responsible for about 80% of that data right there. So they have been doing great work. Most of our motorcycles right now are 8 years old. They have a lot of miles on them. 2 of them have been repaired due to accidents. They are public emergency driving vehicles, and they are in need of replacement. We have been in the past couple of years spending some money on repairs and sending them back to the BMW dealer on items other than general maintenance. So they are in need of replacement, and we will get probably another 8 to 10 years out of this next fleet of motorcycles, if approved for the next fiscal year. The third item is the safe boat repair. Our current Marine 2 is a 2005 safe boat. It is probably the workhorse of the fleet. Around the bow of the boat, there is a flotation collar and a stabilization collar, and that is in need of replacement. That is general maintenance, and it's recommended by the manufacturer, and there is holes in it. And the officers that worked in Marine Division have been filling the holes, but it is actually a solid substance that keeps the stabilization of the flotation of the boat existing. So as holes and cracks began to develop in it, they did their best to fill them, but it's at this point, we could develop stabilization issues, and we're looking to get that replaced in the next fiscal year. And the price for that would be $75,000. They actually have to fly out the people from the boat manufacturer, and it's done locally. And it is a pretty significant repair on the boat. That would give us another 10 to 15 years longevity out of that boat because last year we redid the engines. We've done other repairs to it, and it's this will keep the fleet one asset of the fleet, especially with the Walk Bridge project and the activity in the Norwalk waterways, which has been increasing due to the shall I say, we've had a severe increase in pleasure boating in the Norwalk. Maritime areas are very popular in the Norwalk River and Norwalk Harbor. The fourth item is our duty pistol replacement. Duty pistol replacement is recommended by the Department of Justice for public safety weapons every 10 years. We are reaching 10 years. So right now, currently we have the Glock 17 9mm, and they have been a trusted duty firearm. And right now we're at 10-year anniversary. So most of those guns through qualifications and training have tens of thousands of rounds fired through them. And we have seen some general repairs. We do have armorers that are certified that work in the building who do general repairs and maintain our weapons are inspected monthly by the pistol and the firearms instructors. And it is recommended by the Department of Justice that police duty pistols get replaced every 9 to 10 years. And we're at that anniversary right now. So we are requesting $105,000 for that duty pistol replacement from another purchase of Glock and a new model remaining with the 9mm model. And the last item is the purchase of a Safe Boat Defender for $325,000. Currently, last year we decommissioned a boat. We have a fleet of three vessels, excuse me. One is a 1991 Thomas Marine, is the big aluminum boat. It is currently 33 years old. It is still working and it's in good working order. It's a diesel. And we've done a lot of repairs and upkeep and maintenance on it throughout the years, and is still working properly. Our second boat is a Safe Boat that is in need of repair that I mentioned in item 3. And our third boat is what they call a rib, an inflatable rib. And that boat has undergone a lot of maintenance in the past 2 years, and it needs to be decommissioned. There's actually cracks in the floor. The engines are in continual need of repair. And it is just not viable. We are using it just as an emergency backup currently. And with the existence of the Walk Bridge project, our Marine Division officers are working every single day with the Walk Bridge project. They're there for safety. We have workers on the bridge working every single day. In regards to the Marine Division last year, they were very busy. 310 calls for service, 37 rescues. They gave over 67 infractions. They towed 17 vessels, and they had 17 emergency callouts. So right now we would be looking to decommission one boat and have it replaced with the Safe Boat Defender, which is a 23-foot center console boat specifically designed for public safety response. And that boat is a 20 to 25-year boat with proper maintenance.
Thank you, Chief Walsh. Are there any questions from council members? I just want to also note for the minutes, council member Johan Lopez is in attendance. To be honest, I don't know exactly when he got to the meeting, but I think it's been at least a few minutes. Do any council members have any questions? Council member Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief, and thank you for that information. Do you feel that the department is the department's needs are being met by this recommended budget?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
This will get us over a hump and major the priorities that I did and myself, Deputy Chief Blake, realized since last year that we've been working on that need to be done. And I know that the car replacement has been a significant expense of the city in the past year, but there was a lot of work to be done. And we were driving a lot of vehicles that needed to be replaced. And the officers are responding with the, shall I say, the support that the city has shown the police department, and it is responding in its response to calls, its self-initiated activity, morale, and such.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Freyer's next, and then Councilmember Young. You're on mute.
Thanks very much, Chief. What are we going to do with the displaced cars, motorcycles, and particularly the pistols? What happens to those?
Well, we work with procurement, Sharon Connors, and purchasing, and all the vessels. Last year, the vessel that we decommissioned was auctioned off, and I believe the city went back to the general fund. We got $9,000 for it. It was not, but it wasn't in good shape. We just recently auctioned off in the fall before Christmas. We auctioned off 21 cars. Some sold, some did not. Some had to be brought to the junkyard. Right now, we're amassing another auction right now for the vehicles that have been replaced since January, and all those vehicles are in the queue to be auctioned off. So some money does get returned. In regards to the duty weapons, we get an actual rebate or shall I say some money from the dealer by trading those weapons in back to the distributor to offset some of the cost.
Okay, so the cost that we see in here are net costs.
Yes,
Okay, great, thank you.
you're welcome.
Council President Young. You're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I have a question about the motorcycles. So are there two? There's only one, right, that you're requesting?
No, 4.
So they're 4 at what cost?
But with upfits, I think out the door, just the motorcycle is $28,000 a piece.
So
And by the time we get done with the upfits and the rest of you have to understand every motorcycle has a modem. Every motorcycle has a ticket printer. Every motorcycle in that back thing actually has a mobile data terminal where the officers can open up and they can actually write the tickets. So the same laptop that you see in the patrol car is actually mounted in a case in the back. So when the officers pull over a car, they don't hand write the tickets. They open up this case and there's a little laptop there. So they're quite intricate. There's a lot of equipment on those things. So when we're all said and done, they're expensive units.
And so could you do with less, of course, right? And so you have how many right now?
We have 4, and we're looking to replace all 4.
Okay. And will those be part of the auction too? Are you selling those?
Yes.
Off? Okay.
Yes.
I think,
Is it for me?
okay, Councilmember Seed was next.
Yeah, I had a question about the electric vehicles. I know that that's something like the city wants to be the greenest, but is that something that we could wait for, or is it more practical to have the school resource officers have like a fully functioning vehicle? And I know we approve like the charging stations, but is that something that just because of the situation we're in, that's something that can wait?
It's sort of been, shall I say, the direction from city leadership that I've been following and the department heads have been following. So we have sort of pursued this in the past couple years as I was deputy chief, now chief. And this process of the electric cars, we've been working on a long time. So we actually already paid the electrician to come and install this. And the actual power head for the charger will be installed once it comes delivered. So I think that we've already begun that road. It's right now, it's a difficult question, sir. I've gotten direction to pursue that as an agenda for the city. And that's why we met with Tesla and we're buying 2 of them for the school resource officers. Because that is shall we say, a good application for them, because it's not a big demand for an electric car for the school resource officers. They go from school to school, and it won't be a big demand like the regular patrol vehicles who go from call to call, and they're hot seated. Our patrol cars are hot seated, so that means they never get cold. You know, they go from shift to shift. In regards to next year's purchase, that was more or less the direction I was given.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, does any other council members, committee members or not, have any questions for Chief Walsh? Just before we move on, I just wanted to say, I actually wanted to commend you for putting electric vehicles on the list. And this is something that we've been talking with you about for a long time. I think I've actually personally annoyed you about this. But I really appreciate the move to making a greener fleet. And I know that you guys work really hard to keep us all safe. So, Councilmember Young is
Yes,
on
I
mute.
do have a question for the chief, and it just came from what Mr. Seed said. So you said these cars would be used for the resource officers primarily?
Yes, the first two that are coming will be for the school resource officers. Yes.
And so then after that time, which is 3 or 4 o'clock, will it be utilized by other police officers, or is it strictly for the resource officers?
Well, the school resource officers do other things besides just go home at 3 o'clock. They attend a lot of meetings. Some of them are cadet advisors, so they work with the cadets. Our idea was to more or less, we've expanded the role of the SRO to include some of the sports games. So they're there during the sports games, not only home and away. So one thing that I felt it was important that, like, when the football team travels to another town to play football, we have a school resource officer just to, support the team, just make sure, hey, because I've seen that done in other jurisdictions too. So they do other things besides check out at 3 o'clock at school closure. So they have varied duties.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Seed.
Yeah, to that point, I think we should be green, but I know like Westport or Fairfield, they have like a Tesla and it's kind of just like there for like photo ops to say that they did it. And that's my only objection to it, is that if the technology isn't there to be a fully functioning police vehicle, then I think, especially in the situation that we're in now, that's why I would have objection to it, because I think we should handle the needs. And I know getting green is important, but if this can't provide a police officer with everything it needs and it's only used to pretty much go around the schools and events and things like that, even though the school resource officers are important and I love them and I'm happy that they're there, I know that it's a initiative of the city, but I just question the need for that right now, especially if the technology isn't there to fully provide police officers with everything they need.
Understood.
Okay. Chief Walsh, anything else before we move on to the next department?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
From one chief to another, Chief Gatto, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I will also run down the list. It's 8 projects we put in for, and I'll start with the most expensive project, which we put in the budget last year, and we were cut. It's the station, we call it the Station 4 addition and renovation project. I don't think I need to go into detailed explanation because I'm sure all the Common Council members are aware of it. But from last year of $2.5 million to this year, $3 million, we were promised last year. It got cut this year. I'm going to put it back in again next year, and that will probably rise another 500,000 or so because of inflation and supply materials. I could stop if answer questions specifically on that if you want.
Why don't we run through the whole list, and then if council members want to ask questions, I think that's a good practice here. And I also want to recognize that Deputy Chief McCade and Assistant Chief Mark Conti are here with us as well.
Right, they're both assistant chiefs.
Assistant Chief, I'm sorry. That's
okay. So the second one is we're putting in for a ladder truck to replace our 2000. We have a 2009 truck in service right now, and it would that would become our spare vehicle, and a 1995 65-foot ladder truck would go in surplus. And this is a replacement of a new 100-foot ladder. So because the industry is taking a very long time to deliver a vehicle, we would like to put this in as a placeholder, primarily to guarantee the price and to guarantee that we'd get a delivery within 4 years. We put in $2.5 million for that, and we did not get that either. And just to make a note that, so everybody understands, there is no charge to the city of Norwalk until the vehicle rolls into the city. So we just want to put a placeholder in there. Unfortunately, Sharon Connors has said that no purchase orders can be written unless the account is fully funded. Maybe that could be changed. The third item is what we call the station overhead door replacement. We have 5 stations plus an apparatus maintenance garage. We have a total of 16 overhead doors, which some are original most of them are original to the building. Some have been repaired along the way. So we put in, are requesting $320,000 for that account. Next is we're looking to replace our shift commander vehicle, which is what we designate as Car 2. That is a 2009 command vehicle right now. It responds to every single motor vehicle accident, every structure fire, anything that involves more than one piece of apparatus. We're looking to, that is a $156,000 price. It's a F-250. Continuing with vehicles, the Fire Marshal Division, which has 8 full-time members and 3 part-time inspectors. We're looking to replace 2 of the 2012 Ford Escapes. And the last few years, we've been lucky enough to pick up some Ford Ranger pickup trucks. And that's what we plan on doing this year, to replace 2 of the Escapes with 2 more of these with the Ford Rangers. Pretty much falls in line with NFPA recommendations to provide a barrier in the vehicle from if they get contaminated gear for firefighting gear and tools. And that's $100,000. The next one is SCBA vehicle compressor, which stands for self-contained breathing apparatus. This is a new item, $250,000. This compressor will be mounted in our rescue support vehicle that was approved last year. It's a mobile compressor system that will be brought to any scene where these air cylinders have to be refilled. NFPA has changed the standard for their standard self-contained breathing apparatus, air cylinders, and their packs. So they go into what they call an alarm, which triggers the firefighter has to know that he's got to get out of the building at that point. And that alarm is now triggered at just under 50% of the bottle. So instead of getting a full 45 minutes of the bottle, you're lucky if you can get 20 minutes out of a bottle and has to be refilled. The real main concern, or the big benefit of this, is this could be done on scene. The old way, which we have now, is we have to either get the mechanic, or have another company go and pick up one of the pickup trucks that could come to the scene, pick up all the spare bottles that have to be refilled, bring them back to the station, refill them, drive back to the scene once they're filled. And if you have a large event, that could go on for quite a long time. So it definitely save us a lot of time and effort if we could get that approved. Every year we put in for building repairs because we have the stations. This year we're asking for 50,000 because of increases. We also put in 100,000 for an upgrade to our emergency operations center media equipment, which is now 10 years old because that building is 10 years old. But we did eliminate that out of the budget, and we're going to put that in next year. So I'll take questions from everyone.
Okay. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, hi, Chief. Thanks for the information. Can you just, it's been a year since I've heard about the Station 4 renovations, but can you just talk about the state of the fire station and what the needs are?
Yes, that's a very good question. So Assistant Chief Conti is in charge of administration. He's been working on that project diligently, working with the architects, etc. So I think Mark could answer that pretty well.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. So yeah, the current state of the station, the building was built in 1960s, and it's had only minor repairs throughout. Right now, currently, and this just to name a few things right now, we have multiple floor tiles throughout the building, which we're assuming at this time it's unconfirmed asbestos tiles, but they're all coming up through the building, chipping, and they're throughout the building everywhere. We have issues with the main bathroom, actually both bathrooms, but the main bathroom, there's no exhaust. It's improperly exhausted, and we have mold that we repaint the ceilings, the mold comes back. The tiles have all cracked, which is the water's getting behind the actual into the walls now as well. The roof, I repair multiple leaks a year on the roof, and if you walk through it, you'll see many stained tiles, and that's caused a bunch of issues. But we're constantly patching that roof. It's never been replaced since the original. That included is the soffits. We have multiple rodents in the ceilings now, and that we've been exterminating. We actually hired another company to come and exterminate to actually find the rodents out of the ceiling, and the firefighters are actually hearing them running around. And same thing with the basement, they're coming in. All the old windows are in really bad shape right now. There's absolutely no R value with those old glass single pane windows. The ventilation system right now is this is similar to what we did at Station 1. It's not up to code. There's no makeup air. It's an improper ventilation system, so you're not getting any air exchange within that building, and you can tell that's part of the mold. That's part of the issue. So all of those things are the current conditions. Obviously the doors, like the chief mentioned, that would be part of the other that we can replace, but that's the main, I would say, the main part of the actual condition of the building.
Thank you so much. Can I just ask, I've sort of lost track of where we're at in the capital budget, but you presented this to the BET?
Yes.
Okay, so you have already presented. Okay.
Yes, and last year too.
Yeah. Okay.
But I just want to reiterate, yes, the building is 1967. You're welcome to walk through it anytime you like and see the condition of it. But that's only part of what we want to do with that building. To me, more importantly, right now, that is a one-engine station. There's 4 members there. We want to, and it's also the second busiest station as far as number of calls in the whole city. Obviously, headquarters is the busiest, and this is the second one. So putting the addition on would allow a truck company to be relocated in that station. So you would go from one engine with 4 members to 2 apparatus, an engine and a truck with 8 members, just doubling the number of personnel, doubling the equipment. I can't tell you what that will do as far as getting there quicker, getting there, and be able to do more when they get there. They don't have to wait for somebody from Station 2 or from New Canaan Avenue to come to help them in that area. And that is a very large district on its own. So to me, that's, yeah, the building needs work. So this would
Okay,
be a way to tackle both of the problems at the same time. And the fire protection in that district would double. Every time Engine 4 goes out on a call and there's another call right after that, there's nobody there. So either Van Zandt Street has to come all the way across town, or New Canaan Avenue has to come all the way across town to be able to respond to the next call.
Yeah,
So-
this is really, like the chief said, this is the hinge pin of our relocation, because this will allow, we don't currently have a ladder company on that east side of the city. We've got our ladder resources and our rescue resources on the west side there. And this will also allow the rescue company to move up to the Broad River to replace the ladder company and give us that coverage in 3 stations instead of just 2 on one side of the city.
All right.
Thank you for the
I'm
information.
sorry.
I hear your frustration. I hear your frustration.
Councilmember Young.
Thank you. Chief, I wanted to
you're
know
on.
what side of town this was on. Where is Station 4 located? I don't,
Westport Avenue,
okay. And
right
so,
up the street from Sue Leonard's.
okay, and thank you. And so based on what Assistant Chief mentioned about repairs, it seems like, okay, that's 3 million. That would cover it. That would cover it. I didn't see the extra comma. I thought it said less than that. And my question was impossible that all that could be covered with such a small balance. From what you're saying, this seems like something that just has to be done. I'm concerned about it, but I think it's something we have to pay attention to.
Well, I agree. That's why we've been proposing it the last 2 years.
And I thank you all for the work you're doing under those conditions. So, I mean, it's not easy.
Thank you.
Can you, I'm gonna raise my, I'm sorry, Councilmember C, go before me. I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, so you told us where the station is. Could you give us like a brief overview of like the area that station covers?
So it covers all of Westport Avenue. And then all the way north to, well, up to Westport, and then all the Cranberry area where it meets Wilton, all the way up to Cranberry Park in that area. It also is second due for some of Broad River area, some of East Norwalk area. So it's a very large district.
It's our largest district, actually. Yeah, Chief's right.
Yeah, square mile wise.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're
I,
welcome.
I just want to sort of work the problem backwards a little bit. I know that one of the priorities was to turn this from a 1-company station to a 2-company station. I want to get an idea of if there are cost savings, if there are, by making this investment now, are there estimated savings or sort of other benefits, financial benefits, obviously, and I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about in addition to programmatic benefits, and
So-
just like logistics.
There would be no new expenses as far as equipment, because we're going to relocate what we have now.
Mhm.
The manpower would not really change, except we are trying to get one more member on the rescue truck, which would be 4 new hires, which we also put in for this year in our operating budget. But that was cut out. That would really fulfill the whole complement. Everybody would be a 4 member piece of apparatus, depending on what they're on. Other than that, Mark, I don't see any other cost, is there?
No, that's pretty much it. And I mean, other than the fact that because there's just repairs that we're pushing, and the other, obviously, we don't want to start repairing things that we know needs a full repair, and I don't want to patch things that I know is going to come out in the repair. And obviously price wise, it just goes up the longer we wait.
Also, it just, Councilmember Pryor, you can go before me.
I was just going to piggyback on what you were saying, but I guess the question is not how much, what other costs would be incurred, but what would we save by doing this? Is there any cost that we could save? Is there any?
Well, that was the question I think I just asked.
But I think what Chief was just answering is that there's going to be we wouldn't have to hire 4 more people. We wouldn't have to hire another person.
Right.
But we would have to hire another person to fulfill the complement. So in addition to incurring the cost of the construction, it's also going to be more expensive because we're going to have another person. We have to hire another person for that. So I think that was the question. How much do we save here versus how much more is it going to cost? Or we're not going to have to go hire somebody. We don't have to hire somebody right now.
No, it's hard to put a dollar amount on what you can save. I mean, you're talking about doubling the work capacity at a fire. So think of the property that you could save when you have 8 people right now ready to go to work, as opposed to one engine company waiting for somebody else to come across town. And again, if that engine is on an EMS call and another one comes in, there's a significant delay, 4 or 5 minutes to get somebody across town. I don't know how you put a dollar amount on that as far as savings go,
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Seed.
Yeah, I mean, to talk about just some savings, I mean, just looking at the request from last year, increased, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right thing. It increased from last year. So, I mean, to me, that's the savings, because it's just going to get more expensive to fix this the longer you kick it down the road. So that'll be the immediate savings, because you wait till next year, I mean, things are just getting more expensive. And then plus we're going to spend more money and time fixing and patching up these issues that we have at the station. So, I mean, like, it's hard to put a number on what we'll save, but I mean, to me, that's clear savings right there.
I agree with that. I was just asking the question to see if there were other avenues or things that we hadn't considered. Assistant Chief Conti, I just, I guess, can you step out sort of what the timeline would be, if you get the capital funding, what the construction timeline could look like? What would you do in the meantime? How would you deal with the logistics during the construction and design phase?
So what we would do is we can actually accommodate the company there while they're working, because it's only a 4-member company, and we're doing an addition out the back. So we would just kind of move them. We did this at Station 1 when we did the project. We sort of moved them around the building and repaired one of the bathrooms, and then now everybody can share that bathroom, then repaired the other ones. So it's sort of like we phased the construction as to not disrupt the coverage, the district coverage. So
okay,
logistically, we can handle keeping them in-house while this project goes. And we've figured it's about a 2-year timeline. By the time we get an architect and with our RFPs, by the time we get our approvals, by the time we contract, an actual builder and finish this project. So it's
okay.
that's kind of what we've discussed internally as this could be a project, and that's the other, as you mentioned, that's the other reason why every year it pushes it a couple more years for us,
right,
to have this change.
Okay. Councilmember Young.
Yes, is there any way you could break up some of the work that needs to be done, so that even if we say you look at 1.5 now, what are the most critical things? And then moving forward next year or the year after, however, what would that look like? Is that something?
That's a great question. We were all discussing that as well. And when you look at the station, and it's obviously it's less because you don't have the visual.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I was just telling the chief, anything that we do now, it's almost like it'll cost more because now it's an isolated project. It's like, it would be one bathroom. It would be one, when, you know, I can't fix the roof because if we put an addition, the whole roof is going to get replaced. You know, so it would be, you know, it doesn't make cost sense to fix part of the roof at a time. It doesn't make sense to replace a couple windows and you know, or just one of the showers, because the showers are going to be completely revamped, because that still has the old, you know, that's the old shower where it was, you know, you had a men's locker room, and now we're going to have private stalls and we have private showers. So it accommodates privacy for all our firefighters. And those are those major things that have to happen. Yeah. And it's very much all inclusive.
Yeah.
We did discuss that though. It's a great
Yeah.
question.
So I'm wondering about the windows in the roof, if you did the exterior and then interior, but I'm sure
Yeah,
you
no,
guys thought of all of that. And it
Yeah, I
just-
know we have,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, is because some of the windows are getting would be eliminated also, and some windows have to be expanded, and same thing with the roof. You know, you would redo the whole roof because it's going to be a whole one flat roof. It's a 1-story addition, you know, so it wouldn't make a lot of cost sense. Even it wouldn't make a lot of construction sense, but even cost sense to do half the roof at a time.
Yeah.
You know, that's the issue we're at.
And then in addition to that, just the longer the project gets put off, of course, if we start to do it piecemeal and it begins to take a little bit longer, in addition to the extra expense, we'd be putting off that relocation of the company. So you would be putting off providing the additional fire protection and the additional emergency medical services to that very busy, very large district, as the chief said.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, do any other council members have additional questions about this or any of the other fire items? Seeing none, thank you all. I'm sorry, Councilmember Seed, I just saw your hand.
Yeah, sorry. The other thing was the fire engine. I think the way I see it, there's no cost to us until the truck rolls out. We wait, it takes 4 years for the truck to get here. We push this off another year. And if we don't do it like we do it next year, then we're looking at 5 years before we get that fire engine in a growing city. I mean, kind of, I think.
I really appreciate that you just brought this up. I'm
Yeah.
sorry that I did.
I think that is kind of not thinking about what we need. I mean, I'm not taking a stance on development, but we have so many apartments going up. And I think we need this type of stuff in a growing city. And I think that that's important. So I mean, it's no cost, and I don't know the process of getting this in without funding it. But if there's no cost to us right now, even if we like partially fund it, we pay it, split it up in 4 years. So by the time it comes, we have the full money in that account. To me, it doesn't make sense to keep kicking the can down the road for something that's not going to cost us anything this next fiscal year.
I think that rationale is quite sound. I just, the thing that I don't understand, and Chief Gatto, I did see your email from earlier today, you know, about this. I don't, and I know it's a little not fair because we don't have Sharon Connors on, but the question that I would have is, you know, is that just a good sort of budgetary practice response? Is, you know, a purchasing practice? Or is that something we are required to do like under city code or under the law? So if you do send essentially the, you know, agreements saying, you know, the purchase order saying we will purchase a fire truck for 2.5 million, even though we won't actually have to deliver payment until 2028, I don't know if we are legally required to do that this year or if that's just good practice. I don't know if you know the answer to that question or not.
I don't know legally how the purchasing department runs their department.
I just didn't know if you were familiar with that issue or not. And I
No.
said I realized it's unfair that this is not your department. So
But historically, whenever we put in to buy a new either a fire engine or a fire truck, which are big ticket items, prior to COVID, and Ed knows the manufacturers better than I do, even the turnaround time was sometimes 1 year. So you could put an order in and you would get your delivery next year. And it would be, okay, we'll put it in the budget, we'll get approval, we'll order the truck and we'll get it in 1 year. Well, of course, supply issues, I don't know, manpower issues, all kinds of crazy excuses. We're now up to 4 years to get delivery.
And has that been expressed to you orally, or is that something you received in writing? Like, do you know, is that 100%? Or
we
could
haven't,
it be the case that you send in the letter and then all of a sudden they say, hey, we have it ready in 2025?
well, we have 2 fire engines right now that have been on order for how long, Ed?
A little over a year, and we haven't yet done even the pre-build meeting on them. So that's, that it's right on track for the multi-year delivery, based on our experience with that company. And it's not just one company that we deal with. We'll go out, we've been out to bid in the past, and we've talked to different companies. They're all in the same boat, because of supply issues, because of skilled labor issues. They're just not able to turn these trucks out. It doesn't really matter what nameplate is on it. This is how long it's taking. So, and it really is unprecedented in our history that we've been in this situation. That's why we're trying to find a resolution to keep, prevent us from having to keep bumping these projects up, because the fleet is aging, and you get to a point where it's no longer safe for these trucks to be on the road. We need to be able to replace them in a timely fashion.
Yeah, if we knew we can get delivery next year, we wouldn't even be talking about it now.
Sure.
We would put in the budget maybe 2 years from now. But because we know it takes so many years, we like to start the process now. So we're not catching up.
Right. That part I understood. The part I was less clear on, and I think now I have some more clarity on, which is the confidence that it would take this long for the deliverable to occur. And I'm obviously doing this without full knowledge of Sharon's rationale for having the account fully funded before we write the purchase order. So, okay. And I just want to also know for the record, I see Council Member Melissa Murray is in attendance. I don't know exactly what time she arrived, but she is here.
I arrived at 6:05. I emailed Sabrina. Thank you.
Aha. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of people on tonight. Does anyone else have any questions for Chief Gatto or Assistant Chief McCabe or Assistant Chief Conti? Councilmember Fryer.
I just had one quick question for Chief Gatto. Have you looked at other smaller size fire trucks or fire engines? In Europe, you see a proliferation of smaller fire engines, and with what's going on in, for example, our complete streets, our building that's going on in the city, we're getting denser and denser concentration of buildings. We have narrower streets, which facilitate, or it's better to have a small fire truck rather than a large fire truck. Have you looked into that at all?
Well, that's a good question. You have to consider, when you say by smaller, when you take a fire engine, for instance, they carry 750 gallons of water. If you were to try to say you want a 350-gallon tank, by the time you stretch the hose out and charge it, you already ran out of water. So that's not feasible for us. What we did do is the last 2 ladder trucks, which is over 10 years ago by now, we got what they call a tiller, which is a tractor-drawn aerial with a trailer behind it to be able to maneuver into tight spaces and smaller streets without having a long chassis, one straight long chassis. The ladder that we're looking to replace, the ladder truck now, for the size of the buildings in Norwalk and where they are in relation to the street, it's a 100-foot ladder. You can't get, if you went smaller to that, it would be really ineffective. You might as well not even have a ladder truck if you can't get to the building or get to the roof. So I know what you're saying. It'd be nice to have these little trucks running around, but feasibly, it won't work for firefighting.
And we actually have some of the shortest wheelbases and for fire engines that they're making. If you actually looked around, we've had comments from both of our last two manufacturers. They said that these are some of the smallest trucks they're building right now. We try to keep it literally as small as we can.
Yeah. I mean, they
That's the
point to
point.
this, they point to the proximity of the buildings being close to each other. And apparently it doesn't seem, in the article I read, was that in the United States, we have, and it's still going down, the lowest fatality rate due to fires, including single family houses and apartment houses. Even those with only single entry, as opposed to what we have in most apartments now. You've got multiple exits and entrances. And so they're pointing to the fact that the wave of the future seems to be smaller fire trucks that can get around in those tight areas. And with the proliferation of sprinkler systems and better sprinkler systems in some of the newer modern apartments, that the fatality rate has dropped dramatically, particularly in the US.
Yeah, definitely with early warning devices and sprinklers have certainly saved a lot of lives.
Okay, I was just curious about the small ones. All right, thanks, Chief.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, any additional questions? Going once? All right. Thank you, Chief and Assistant Chiefs. We really appreciate your
All right, thank you everyone for
presentation
listening.
and
I'm just saying thank you for listening.
all right.
Have a good night. I know you're pretty
thank
busy
you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving right along. Community Services is next. I see Chief Lamont Daniels. Lamont, you're on.
Hi, good evening, Chair. Good evening, committee members. I'm joined tonight by Bill Natick, who is our ADA officer, Deanna Demore, who is our health director, and Sherelle Harris, who is our library director. As you can see, per the mayor's recommended budget, we have come at $432,405 for this year's capital request. There are 10 items on the that we are requesting. And just to summarize, and each of them will take their piece respectfully. ADA compliance, we continue to work to get our city properties in compliance. So this is a continuation, and Bill could speak to that plan. There's some renovations at our public health department that are well overdue that we are seeking to put forth. And then at the library, a lot of technology moderation and safety issues at the library, and some upgrades that we are put forth. So with that said, through you, Chair, I'll introduce Bill. He can speak to the ADA, followed by Deanna Demore, our health director, and we'll close out with Sherelle in the order that they are written, at least the way I see it on my report. Bill,
Okay,
can you hear me? I see you.
I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
So thank you for having me. I'll try to keep it brief before I present the items that we need. Or the items that we're requesting. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice requires that municipalities comply with the ADA, which is, as you know, a civil rights law, not a building code. However, the Department of Justice created the U.S. Access Board, which in 2010 created their standards for accessible design, which is built into the building code. Parts of the requirement of the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ was for municipalities to conduct a self-evaluation of their services, policies, and practices, and make modifications necessary to comply with Title II regulations. So in 2013, the city of Norwalk paid for that self-evaluation and transition plan. That plan is now 11 years old. When I started in November of 2022, I took on what had been done by 2 or 3 other people before I started, the work beginning in 2012, 2013. Excluding school properties, City Hall has the best rate of completion for removing architectural barriers. So to kind of summarize what I do, it's my role, which is designated by the DOJ, is to identify, prioritize, and then manage projects that still remain on that list from 2013, and work to remove those architectural barriers to provide equal access to our programs and services. So good news, bad news, City Hall, including the projects we're working on, out of the original list from 2013, our completion rate is 86% of those projects for City Hall, not including additional projects that I have noted that were not identified back in 2013. That would bring us down to 78%. The remaining city properties, buildings, facilities, parks, other than schools, our completion rate for what remains on those is only 34%, which means that we've got well over half of those projects that are still hanging around from 11 years ago that are literally barriers to equal access to programs and services. So with that in mind, what my goal is, it's funding projects and it's managing those projects, but it's for the good of the city. And it's also a requirement of the federal government, who has yet to come knocking on our door to audit what we've done and how much work we still need to do. It may be time to do another compliance and transition plan in the next couple of years. But just to bring it to your attention, a counterpart for the city of Stamford just sent me notice that the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico, is under litigation from the U.S. Department of Justice for non-compliance and for not completing their transition plan. So they're currently under a waiver to get it done in 90 to 180 days. And if they don't, then they face the potential for civil suit from the federal government. So just to kind of put that out there and put things in perspective. With that in mind, projects that we're looking to fund beginning in July begin with a part of City Hall that's been really underutilized and overlooked for a number of years, and that's the concert hall. We're currently funding the construction of a ramp at the front of that concert hall because the city is reconstructing basically the front terrace and the steps. So as that was taking place, we thought it made sense to provide equal access to that entrance of the building. While we were looking into doing that, I noticed that it's pretty common for school functions that use that part of the building to drop off students at the Sunset Hill Avenue side of the building there, and there is no accessible route into the building at that point. So now that we're making that route accessible, one of the requirements and one of the items that was pointed out in 2013 was the bathrooms are severely outdated in that part of the building. Those bathrooms probably date back to the original 1938 construction of the building. They contain no accessible features whatsoever. You couldn't get a wheelchair through the doors. The doors, I think, are 28 inches wide. And it's been, I get it. It's been overlooked for a long time because it's going to be an expensive project to take on. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be unusual for a project like that to run to $200,000 to reconstruct both the men's and the ladies' room at that concert hall lobby. That could be done for a lot less if we try to pick away at it and be conservative, but it still needs to be done one way or the other. The problem is with that old part of the building, once you open it up, you're kind of opening a can of worms. There's going to be asbestos, there's going to be lead, there's going to be issues. We will try to keep it as conservative and frugal as possible, but we do need to make that area accessible. We are adding additional seating that's required for the concert hall. With the total number of seats in there, we currently have 4 wheelchair spaces. The federal government requires that we have 10. So once that becomes an accessible route, we can reopen the seating in the rear of the auditorium, add some additional seating in the front. And I believe since really that part of City Hall is literally the flagship of the city of Norwalk, it would the entire city would really benefit by putting some attention there. It's really been neglected, and it's 90 years since anyone put any funding into that. And if anyone's been out there, the water fountains are shut off. It's in pretty sad shape, and it's well worth putting some effort into it. The other project we're looking at funding with ADA funds is regarding accessible route, and that's at the Yankee Doodle Garage. Again, 2013, there were numerous items that were barriers to accessibility there. Being able to access the payment kiosks. They're located on curbs that are out of level. Curb ramps are way too steep. There's a curb ramp that leads out of the rear of the parking garage that literally rolls you into traffic in the parking lot in the back that it exceeds, I think, 20% running slope. And I know that's probably bogging you down, but 8% is the maximum allowable for a ramp, 8.3. And there's a 20% ramp in the back that was pointed out in 2013. There's no curb cuts in the front entrance. And in addition to those items, I noticed when I did a site survey myself that none of the accessible parking spaces in that garage meet compliance standards at all. None of them have correct access aisles. None of them are wide enough. They're identified as accessible parking spaces, but they're not really usable as accessible parking spaces. Considering, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to jump in one quick question here. All of these enumerated projects, and I see you put them basically into 3.5 sort of bubbles here.
Okay.
All of these projects, the total cost for them $300,000? Because is that the case, or am I looking at this incorrectly?
That's the case. I'm trying to be optimistic. Again, we're trying to keep the bathroom project below that $200,000 number by sort of picking away at it. I would put that at the top of the list because it's going to cost the most money, and if we can do it as affordably as possible, have money remaining to get to these other items, then I would take on these other items. I think so. Beyond the Yankee Doodle Garage, The third project that, again, I'm being optimistic I can get to is the accessible route along City Hall Drive from Eversley. And I have had people call me with concerns about that. Again, going back to 2013, City Hall Drive was pointed out as lacking curb cuts, which allows people using mobility devices to get up and down from the sidewalk. They covered kind of half of it. They covered it from Sunset Hill to City Hall. But if you look at Eversley to City Hall, there's approximately 18 curb cuts that would needed to be installed there that have been overlooked for a long, long time. And it's really not uncommon to see people that use scooters or motorized wheelchairs traversing traffic through the street because they can't get onto the sidewalk to come to City Hall. And I think we're really, really putting ourselves out there by not paying attention to some of these items. Again, we have to not only answer to the people in Norwalk, but we have to answer to the federal government to show what we've done.
I understand, and I don't know if other council members feel this way, and I don't want to just hijack the whole thing, but I do think that it might be useful instead of sort of putting it in a blanket request for 300,000 to sort of step out the cost of each of the projects, and that way we can have a fuller understanding of what we're actually evaluating. Because from what you just said, indication is that you're not exactly sure if the total cost for all of these projects would be $300,000 or not.
I can step it out as estimates of 200,000 for the bathrooms, 50,000 for the work at Yankee Doodle Garage, and 50,000 to cover the cost of the curb cuts on Eversley on City Hall Drive.
Councilmember Murray.
Yes, thank you. Given that I'm relatively new on the sidewalks, we do have our transportation and mobility department doing sidewalks, expanding them for safety. And I know, for example, Beacon, which is the opposite side of City Hall, is going to be having some sidewalk work. So have we made sure that the sidewalks are not going to already in the bucket of that project? I'm sure you have, but I just want to check. And I know that when we're doing these new sidewalks for safety and things, we must be considering that there's mobility for, ADA compliance. So are we ever double dipping by accident?
Not in this case, no. The TM&P doesn't have any plans in the near future to do any work along City Hall Drive. City Hall property and the surrounding property to the health department is usually covered by Guardian Property Management. So, for instance, one of the items that was remaining from 2013 was egress sidewalks from the concert hall from the wheelchair seating, which is the front row of the concert hall. And if you look left and right, there are fire exit doors. The doors to the left lead to a lawn. There was never a sidewalk constructed there. The doors to the right lead to an incomplete sidewalk that ends in the middle of the lawn. It was identified in 2013. So we brought that up as potentially a project, since DPW actually has jurisdiction over City Hall, but they have so many other projects. They're spread elsewhere. By way of Guardian and purchasing, we put the project out to bid to a private contractor, and that's pretty common.
Thank you, Councilmember Fryer.
Yes, thank you. Bill, in the book that we were provided, it indicates the 300,000, and it goes through all the three different items that I think you're just talking about. Is that a complete list in the book that I looked up? This is an email, I guess an email from Ms. Estrella to Agnes Kawai.
I
Is it? Those are
think
the
he had
three
said it
items
was
we're talking about,
he was
right?
estimating, yeah, I think he was estimating 200 for the first one and 50 for the next
Yeah.
two.
So
Yeah,
what's been approved, what's been approved is 245, 470 so far. So that covers all of these things in that email?
we're gonna try to cover all of those things
Okay,
with that money.
that's all I want to know, because
I
it's
honestly,
easier, as you were talking, I was looking through here, and it was pretty easy to follow the bullets, what you were talking about. So I understand what you're saying. Okay, great.
just historically, beginning in 2013, I believe the request was usually 300,000. We usually got 250. Honestly, if it were up to me, I'd be asking for 500, because the list of remaining projects from 11 years ago just goes on and on and on. Now, I
Yeah.
obviously prioritize those. And
Yeah.
believe me, if I have money remaining, I have plenty of additional projects that I'd like to fund with.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bill, anything else you wanted, anything else before we move on to the next
No, if
department?
no one else has
Councilmember
any
Dunn.
additional questions.
Thanks, Bill.
Sorry, my question is, I'm kind of confused why TMP, who's in charge of the parking garage, is not legally responsible for making sure that the parking garage is up to code.
Okay, well, that's a very good question. Each department is legally responsible for safety and keeping their part of the city running. The reason the city has an ADA coordinator is because I'm a specialist in all things ADA. So it's not unusual. So here's an example. And I don't mean to point anybody out. It through oversight or lack of experience, things get done incorrectly. One of the items pointed out from 2013 was access to the bathrooms at Cranberry Park. There's a set of bathrooms that's utilized by every function at the mansion, plus all the users of the park. That structure, as it was in 2013, was just sitting on a grass hillside. There was no accessible route for someone with a disability to get to those bathrooms. So the ADA fund had allocated $45,000 to build an accessible route. Parks and Rec came along and said, listen, we're paving the whole circular route. We'll include that in our project. We'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. So the ADA person at that time said, that's fine. Go ahead, do that. That's great. One less thing we need to worry about. Unfortunately, what they ended up with, because and it wasn't pointed out until I went out there and did my own site survey, is that they did pave routes to the bathrooms, but the running slope of those routes is so steep that anybody using a walker or a wheelchair or a cane is not going to be able to get up that hill. So did they build a route? Yes, they did. Is it accessible? No, it does not provide equal access to those bathrooms. So unfortunately, that's one of those items that should have been handled by the ADA and managed by the ADA coordinator. So
but
my expertise allows me to have better control over how those projects are handled.
Right, but at the end of the day, especially in those areas, we could be legally liable to a great degree. Is it not the responsibility of the individual department chairs, whether it be transportation, mobility, parking, if it's a parking garage, or Cranberry Park, if it's Parks and Rec? Is it not one of their priorities to get that done? 2013 seems like, 11 years is a long time to risk those kind of lawsuits to me.
I agree with you. The reason I'm doing what I do is because I prioritize those projects. If prioritizing projects is left to individual departments, they're making decisions based on other things. And usually ADA compliance is oftentimes it's either an oversight or it's one of the last things that they're thinking about. So it's my job to point out where something is a problem and a potential safety issue, especially. And I can better see that gets done in a timely manner if I can manage the funding and the project management side of getting that done. An individual department may see things differently. So, I can point these things out to them all day. I don't have the authority to tell them to do it. But if I have the funds, then I can get it done. If that makes sense.
Actually, I think you should probably have the authority. Funds should probably be allocated to the departments, but that's just my opinion. So here you go.
Councilmember Seed.
Yeah. Is there a process like when the city does a project, do they have to come talk to ADA to get some type of suggestions? Because I think we will avoid the problem. I mean, now we're doing double the work. So is there a process where they have to come talk to you and like kind of check that box before the project moves on?
That's you raise an excellent point. And it's something that I've been speaking with people in my department about. It really should be something that when each department has a construction project in mind, there should be a box there to check off ADA. I'm more than happy to do that. It really should be part of what I'm doing, but it's not being done. So that needs to come from higher up to make each department buy into including myself or the ADA coordinator in the process. Now I've got people like building management on board with that. So when they have a project that they're working on, they give me a call. I look over the architectural plans. Architectural plans are sometimes wrong because architects are, part of what they know is accessible routes and compliance with accessible building codes, but it's not their specialty. There are some that do specialize in. So yeah, you raise an excellent point. I'm trying to make you a part of everyone's project. It really would avoid things getting done incorrectly. To your point, a lot of money was spent at Calf Pasture Beach repaving that parking lot last year. And through no one's fault, it was just an oversight because you have different departments. DPW handled the paving. Parks and Rec is responsible at the curb and the sidewalk. So what they didn't recognize is once they had the entire thing lined, by the time I saw what they had done, I realized that they didn't have a route from the accessible parking area to get up onto the sidewalk. There was no curb cut to get to the payment kiosk. They left that out somehow. It was an oversight. Again, people that don't specialize in ADA don't always look for those things. I picked up on it. It would have meant someone parking in a wheelchair space would have had to travel about 250 feet to get to the nearest curb ramp. When I pointed that out to Ken Hughes in Parks and Rec, he immediately came back and said, "What can we do about this? Do you have funds to pay for it?" I said, "We probably can get an estimate got an estimate, it was $12,000 to build the current ramp. We funded it. He got it done before the end of December. So that's just a perfect example of why we should be doing what you're saying we're doing.
Yeah, because it's just cheaper to do it right the first time than to fix it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. In the interest of time, I just want to, Lamont, I don't know who is on deck here. I just want to make sure we are moving things along.
Thank you, Bill. And just quickly, because there's a context too, in everything. I definitely support Bill and agree with what he's saying. But finding an ADA coordinator is very difficult. That's number one, with the credentials and the certifications. And so to Bill's point, and we're so glad to have Bill, as you can see, he's knowledgeable and passionate, and he reminds me. But I think it's important for you all as council members to know that this position was not filled for maybe almost 3 to 4 years. And so we're excited to have Bill acclimating into our structures and process. And to your point, Councilmember Dunn, really, creating a culture change around, we have Bill. We need our departments to engage him and to support him. As you all know, with any big organization, that takes time. But as he pointed out, it's very successful building management, and we're working from department to department to acknowledge Bill's value. But to Councilmember Sneed's point, we don't want to duplicate and add more money to taxpayers. But more importantly, want to make sure our residents are enjoying all of the municipality amenities so that they can access them. So just wanted to add that overview. Again, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
We're ready. Deanna, Chair Goldstein, when you're ready.
Ready?
Good evening, everyone. Hi, I'm Deanna Diamore, the Health Director. Good evening, council members. So for the Health Department, we had requested funding for 3 items, which have now been reduced to 2 based on the need to prioritize our requests and lower the budget. Based on a recommendation from the IT department, we originally had put in a request for $50,000 for data migration as we were moving towards utilizing a new software system for our environmental health and housing inspections. We think this can be pushed back a year as the city moves forward with a permitting software system, and we can then focus on data migration after that is finalized. Our second request is for $10,000 to paint the first floor of the health department building. Recognizing the current budget situation, we are only requesting funding for the first floor, where our WIC program, our clinical services, our waiting rooms, where all of those are located. Our last building renovation for the entire first floor occurred in 2010 and 2011. There are multiple locations that are in need of repainting due to wear and tear over the years. And as you know, we serve thousands of people in our building, including many children. And so we think it's very important to maintain a safe building for our health department programs and services. Our last request is $20,000 for building renovations. We did a walkthrough of the building with Neil Rennie, who's on here today, to really evaluate it and determine our needs. So we're requesting money for general upgrades that include replacing a door for our front desk, replacement of our blinds that have wear and tear, and removal of some sinks that aren't functioning anymore, and they're not needed in rooms that had previously were used for patients, and they're now office space. So that is a summary of our 3 requests, and 2 of them are included in the recommended budget. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Diamore? Okay. The only question I had about the data migration, I realized that you're not including that in this year's, but I assume you intend to put it into next as a request for next year, correct?
Correct.
And is this software? I just want to make sure we're not losing anything incredibly important by not requesting it this year.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay for this year because I think it'll take time for the city to adopt their new system. So I think we'll be okay for next year.
Okay. Any additional questions? Deanna, thank you. Is Sherelle next?
Thanks, Deanna. Cheryl Harris, our library.
I am next. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. So does that smile mean I get everything I want? So you've heard a lot about ADA compliance from Bill, so I'll go in order. Our first 2 requests are for ADA compliance. The first is for our main library. The main library's interior and exterior door handles are not ADA compliant. The building has the traditional handles found in many homes that require the tighter twisting grip motions that cause us to be non-compliant with ADA regulations. So we needed the lever style ADA doorknobs, but Neil Rennie, after we spoke about the doorknobs and the sliding doors, thought that his crew could do something about the door handles. So our request was reduced from 44,200 to 1,600, and that would, I'm sorry, 16,000, and that would be so that we can have a sliding door on our north entrance of our main library. The north entrance, when you come in, we do have the sliding doors, but once you're inside, you have to grapple with different doors to actually enter the library. So our request is to put a sliding door, another sliding door. So people who are wheelchair bound or people who have issues, with opening doors can get into the library. And I'll just move on. And if anyone has questions after the second ADA compliance, you can let me know. So our next issue is pavement improvements and ADA compliance for our Sono parking lot. We have cracks and we're not in compliant with that particular parking lot. Also, SNU has graciously offered to install, the electric car charging stations. And so we thought that we would do all of that at once to have SNU install the car charging stations and bring us up to compliance with our parking and also improve our pavement. So that total project would be $46,362. So I keep going?
Yeah, unless Councilmember Murray has a question about a specific project, I think it's generally a good idea to go through all of them and then we can kind of circle back.
Sounds good. Okay. So our next is security. Security alarm system and an intercom system for our South Norwalk Library. Last fiscal year, we upgraded our alarm system at our main library because it was totally outdated. If something went wrong, they weren't making the parts. So we would have initially had to do the upgrades anyway. So we did main library last year, and we're requesting to do the South Norwalk Library this year. Adding an intercom system, so if something goes wrong, we can announce it throughout the library. And that's for $11,000. Again, we are requesting for safety security cameras. We just broke it out so that you can see what the different costs for the different libraries are, but when we go out to bid, we would bid it together. So initially, the cost for the Sono library was $32,721, and the main library was $49,775. Just to meet budget, we lowered that for both buildings to $18,000. Well, let me not say both buildings. Each building would be $18,037. And again, the person who we got the quote from, they tend to bid on the higher end according to Guardian. So we think we should be able to make do with the $18,000 for both libraries. We initially wanted to have the grounds covered as well, but we're specifically looking at the entrance so that the entrances, I should say, so that if something goes wrong, we can see who's coming in and out of our buildings. And let's see, what else we have?
I think you're at the digitization program.
digitization. So that is, it was a 5-year project. We could have paid it off all at once, but the city decided to, pay it in the 5 years. So that's 22,000. What is it? 22,800 that we're requesting, and this is basically so that things that are in our history room and our older, like the South Norwalk Sentinel and then the Norwalk Hour, everything is digitized, and I said it right, even with my Invisalign, so that people can search. You can go online and be able to search as opposed to having to come in and search through the fiche. And finally, the technology upgrades. So it's just basic upgrades that, any library would have to keep us up to date for our own operation and for our patrons. So, we're looking to, get apples and also a large format 3D printer, and to update our MARC records. And in layman's terms, that's the records that that we draw down from different books and things that you would see when you're searching for books or CDs or DVDs. We just want to make sure that you guys are getting the best records.
Okay, thank you, Sherelle. I know that there were a couple hands up. Councilmember, I just want to give deference because Councilmember Murray's hand was up first.
Yep.
She's on mute.
I answered my own question. I see the document here. Thank you.
Aha. All right, Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Sherelle, so with the security cameras,
yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like you're going to get the adequate service that you need, coverage with the cut that way?
I don't, but I think we can get by with this year by, just making sure the interior, the entrance and exit areas are covered. And then next year we can add to the exterior.
And so you'd rather do both as opposed to doing one year and then one the next? You think it's better to just get coverage on both?
I think we definitely have to have the coverage for the people who are in both buildings. I hear you. I mean, we did that with the security. I think for now, this day and age, we really need the cameras for both buildings. But that's a really good question.
Outside, but you're saying it'll be outside right now.
So right now, we want it outside exterior as well as to cover our entrances. And we may, depending, when we go out to bid, we may very well be able to do it with this amount. We would just have to wait and see. But I think both buildings definitely need the coverage for the exit and entrances.
And I have one more question about the library van. Although it's not funded, it just sounds like a really good opportunity. And I think you had a van before, correct? Or we're partnering with someone. And how were you anticipating using it?
So the van we took out, just so we could meet budget. The van is 17 years old, and it's also a rear wheel drive van. So we definitely need to update it. And I believe it was our police chief, who mentioned, the electric vans. And I think it's the POCD code 81A4, which is to replace vehicles incrementally with the electric vehicles. So that's what we were requesting, and we did, I think of his name. I think he's the new Joel Brand. I can't think of his name. Matt Halverson. He was very nice enough to get us the different types of quotes. And so we're ready whenever you are. But we did take it out this year.
Thank you. That's unfortunate. I know it would be a great thing. And hopefully we'd have something like that by the time the new school is built so that you could have a place to actually go. And even though it's in the district, it would be nice. So
I know.
Across the
So
state.
hopefully, but we
Okay.
will be putting it in next year.
Okay, thank you.
And with the car charging stations, I mean, with the, what is it? Yeah, the car charging stations will be able to charge it on site. So that's really good.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Hi, Sherelle.
Hi.
I have a question about the digitization of the hour.
Mhm.
Has it been completed through 2005 and the payments are due by the end of 2027, or it will be completed incrementally and at 2027?
Incrementally.
Oh, okay. So what year are you on now?
We are, well, next year, it will be a 2024, 25.
Okay.
Yep. And so
Okay.
then we would just have the 2 more years.
Okay, so just very slowly, inch by inch.
I mean, we wanted
This
to
has
do it
been
all at
this
once.
has been ongoing for so many years.
Well, there were different parts of the project, but this would bring us closer to having like everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we're
well,
getting there. 2 more years, not too bad.
that'll be a happy day
Unless
when
you
it's
just
done.
want to fund everything now, we could just pay for it all now.
Yeah, but okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Young, your hand is raised. Did you have a question or?
No, no question. I'm sorry, I didn't forgot yours.
Okay. Any additional questions for Ms. Harris? Sherelle?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you as always.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thanks, Lamont. Thanks everybody
Thank
who
you.
presented.
Bye-bye.
Next is the Board of Education. I see Lunda Asmani is on. Mr. Asmani, the floor is yours. And
Thank
I
you.
also see that Sandra Fayos and we got a lot of Board of Education. Sandra Fayos, Rob Pennington. I see Ralph is on. So welcome to everyone.
Thank you. The superintendent is also one of the panelists. So again, thank
hello.
you.
There are so many panelists. I didn't even see who all of them are. My mistake.
Good evening, everyone.
So again, thank you, Chairman Goldstein and the ECD committee for giving us the opportunity to talk about our projects. So the reason we have the panelists on is I am like the facilitator of the request, and so I will have each of my fellow members kind of talk through each of these individual projects. But by way of introduction, the Board of Ed typically has a number of recurring items that are funded through the capital budget request on an annual basis. This year, you will notice that our initial request from the time we requested to what you're reviewing now, there have been some reductions. We were able to reduce our technology request by $895,000. We were fortunate to receive a grant after we had submitted our initial request, and therefore we revised this request just before the mayor put out his recommendation, and Mr. Valancisi will go into detail about this project. So we were able to do that. And then I think what you will also notice is, unlike prior years where school construction projects are typically managed and requested on the city side, this year there is a $3 million item for the South Norwalk School that is being requested on the Board of Ed side of the request. Typically, this would have been something that would have been a special appropriation going through the BET. But this year, in working with Mr. Lowe and the finance team on the city side, we were asked to include this as part of the BOE request. So those are two things that I wanted to kind of just bring to your attention. And I think it may be easier if we just go in the order that you have these projects listed on your sheets. We begin on page 4. So I'm going to start off with Mr. Pennington. The curriculum item is first on the list, and Mr. Pennington can speak to that one. And we will answer questions either as we go through the projects or at the end of the projects, whatever works best for the committee. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone.
The first item is really set around string instruments at our high school and middle school. And we have our current inventory is 20 years old. The normal life expectancy is roughly 10 years. And we've noticed a decline in family-owned and rented instruments. The financial burden of renting and purchasing an instrument is beyond the means of many of our families. As you know, the music programs in the city of Norwalk is a showcase for our district, and we would like to provide an exceptional music education. And to do that, we need to supply students with quality instruments. And so this request would cover 30 violins per high school, 24 violas per high school, 20 cellos, 8 bass instruments, and then 4 electric instruments as well. It will also bring 8 bass instruments, 20 cellos, 36 violins, and 36 violas to our middle schools. So that is the first item on the agenda, the first request. The second one is
I'm sorry.
Sure.
I think that's the second item on the list. I think the first one was curriculum materials and textbooks.
Got it. Sorry about that. So
That's okay.
the curriculum materials and textbooks is centered around 2 subject areas, and that is social studies. So the State Department of Education has rolled out a new curricula for the state, and they have a model curriculum. And combined with that is our science curriculum. And that request is really coming from our educators. We have had a science program that they have come and requested that we look and bring in a new state-of-the-art tied to NGSS standards curriculum. And so we're starting with middle school, and that request covers our 4 middle schools at $45,000 per middle school. And then the rest of the request is to purchase materials for our new social studies curriculum. And then the second one was around the strings instruments. So.
Okay, and I think the third item consists the Brookside Montessori program. I don't know who's speaking to that.
And that transitions to Sandra Fayos.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure that if you guys wanted us to break in between department, that we gave you the opportunities, so I can keep going if you're okay with that.
You know, since it's different departments, I don't mind if anyone has any questions for Mr. Pennington or Councilmember Freyer.
Thank you. I was just questioning, why is the curriculum materials and textbook, those textbooks and lesson plans, etc. Why is that capitalized? Shouldn't that be just an operating expense?
I think that there are times where we will put in capital requests when new curriculum or new materials have come up.
That's my question. I guess I don't understand that.
No, I mean,
I can jump in on that one, Jim. This has been historically how these have been funded. I think part of it had to do with the minimum budget requirements because of the size of the curriculum ask, that rather there are times when this line item has been 500,000, 600,000, depending on the curriculum. Several years ago, before many of us on this call, there was a decision that was made that it was better to finance these items through the capital request. And they're not, because they are long-term uses, that it was better to finance them this way than to add $300,000-$400,000 on the operating budget side, which would be part of the minimum budget requirement. And then you would have that increment year over year. But I do agree. It is an anomaly that something like this would be on this side. But that was the rationale when the decision was made many years ago to do it this way.
Do we write it off over X number of years?
Do we write it off? Yeah, because they're considered capital assets. Yes, so they're accounted for such in the audit. Yes.
How many years do you write it off?
I have to double check with Chitsame. I'm not sure what I think 5 is the minimum for these types of assets. But we can. Yeah,
that's good for another conversation then.
Sure. thanks for the
Okay.
opportunity to address it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, if I could just, thank you for that explanation, Linda, because that is a question that the answer has eluded us for many years. But it just kind of is what it is, and it does bring up questions every year, but it is an anomaly for sure.
Okay, and with that, Assistant Superintendent Fayos, or Deputy Superintendent, I'm sorry if I got the
Thank
title
you.
incorrect.
No.
Sorry about that.
No, thank you so much, Councilman Goldstein. And thank you, everybody, just for giving us the time to share with you what our requests are and answer your questions. So the next item on the list is the Brookside Montessori program expansion. Now, the city has been generous in funding this expansion since 2018 and 2019. So 2019 is when we first opened our first Montessori classroom at Brookside Elementary School under the leadership of an illustrious principal, which was me at the time. But I just, I brought the program into the district with a former superintendent, and the program was always very well received. It is a lottery program for the Brookside catchment area. It always has a waiting list, and the Brookside Montessori classroom is now approaching their third grade year. So every year we have added another grade, and this year we're asking to expand that program into grades 3. Those students will remain in that classroom for grades 3, 4, and 5. So the way that the Montessori program works is that there's a lower Montessori, which is a age 3 to age 5. Then we added the ages 6 through 7 and 8. And now we're asking to add the final pieces, which are the grades 3 to 5, which is ages 9 through 11. And this is the first classroom for that. And it'll have, eventually, it'll actually service approximately 27 students. Not approximately, because there's always a waiting list. So we know that it'll serve that many students. I'll continue.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is a little bit of a different request, which is our request to enhance our school security. Again, this was an investment that was initially made 3 years ago by the mayor. And we had initially requested 3 years ago $3 million, and we had designed a comprehensive plan for what that included. These were mostly infrastructure enhancements. So the enhancements including upgrading some of our cameras to digital cameras, adding cameras where schools had assessed there were cameras needed, adding door alarms because our schools did not have door alarms and exterior doors. At that time, 3 years ago, the commitment from the city was to give us $1 million of the $3 million ask. We then broke up the project into 3 different phases. We broke it up into 3 different phases, presented on it, and designed a program in which we would build these infrastructure improvements over time. Last year, generously, you again gave us another $1 million, so we were able to actually complete phase 2 of the enhancements. And this year, we're actually coming to you with a smaller request, not the initial $1 million that we were anticipating, because we were able to secure a grant that was almost $800,000 that was given to us by the state. And so the ask has been reduced to what you see before you. And it still leaves us with upgrading cameras for Brian McMahon High School and then updating our servers for those cameras. The other projects have been successfully completed as we had outlined in the previous asks.
So can we ask questions now? Are you, I'm sorry, are you done?
I am. I wanted to pause before because they're also different from each other. I didn't want to just move on without giving you time to ask about particular projects. So yes, please.
Are you
Sandra,
okay
as you Sandra, as Darlene asks her question, if you could please point out why this year it's only $80,000 because of some of the grant funding that came in that
did.
allowed this project to be
Yeah.
reduced. Thank you.
Yeah.
I did. Thank you,
Sharon,
though.
okay. My only question was, you said this was a phase. This is like the third year or so. So
Yeah,
does
this
this
is-
complete the security system installation
Or, yes, it does.
for all the schools?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, so this is the third and final phase. We will always have sort of these repairs, right? So cameras get older, you end up having to replace cameras, you end up having to have those, but these major initiatives that was this big ticket item, yes, this is the final phase, if we get this funding, but obviously, we've already received almost $800,000 in a grant, so it's well underway. But this 80,000 that I am requesting for on behalf of the schools is for the final pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, I'm going to move on if nobody else has questions regarding the safety enhancements request. The next item is instructional technology, so I'm going to pass it over to Ralph before I return to you for air conditioning. So
Great.
Ralph? Mhm.
Sounds great. Thank you, everybody, and good evening. Yeah, as as Linda had mentioned earlier, you know, one of the things that we really pride ourselves on is looking for opportunities, especially when it comes to grants as we move forward. Our initial ask, and this is usually a regular ask for us in the area of technology, since we're a one-to-one district K-12, is to replace about close to about 1/4 of the computers every year to have a 4-year cycle refresh. We have 12,000 students, so that equates to really 3,000 computers a year that have to be replaced on a regular basis to keep our cycle moving forward and that we have the technology that our students need. Earlier this year, we had the opportunity, we applied for a grant with Verizon. So we've actually expanded our partnership with Verizon. We received a grant. All high school students and the remaining middle school students will all receive Chromebooks with 5G access. So they'll actually have internet access at home. Every kid, grades 6 through 12, this coming year will have internet access at home. And this is once again through a project with Verizon, as well as supporting us with supporting some of our staffing and our coaching models that we have in place too. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us. When that came into place, though, that allowed us to reduce all of the student computers that we needed for next year, which is why we were able to reduce by $895,000 our grant, our capital request. The remaining amount, though, is for traditional upgrades that have to happen, and I'll kind of name them. I can go into detail with them, but for the most part, we're replacing about 200 teacher laptops and monitors in the district, okay, because teachers also do need a refresh of their computers on a regular basis as well, not just the students. We have over 1,000 access points in the district because everything is wireless, every room. In order to keep that up to date, we need to replace those in a 4-year recycle refresh. So just same way we do computers. So we're replacing about 250 access points. We do have at times, we've been able to receive another grant earlier this year to replace a lot of our ViewSonic boards. This was one of the PEGD PIA grants. It was more of a municipal grant, which allowed us to only have to ask for approximately about 20 interactive whiteboards for the district as replacements. Once again, we have one in every classroom. So with that actually, 20 is, we were able to replace a lot over this past year. We'll be in good shape. And then finally, the last request in there is actually a joint project with the city. So, and Joyce, I'm sure, I actually don't think that there's any capital with her because I think her server is up to date for the phone system, but we are upgrading our phone systems. So we actually have money in operating on both ends to be able to pay for licensing. But in our case, we have to upgrade our server. So the server upgrade is actually in our capital request too. And we need to be able to do that in order for all of us to be able to upgrade our phone systems, both on the city side as well as the Board of Ed. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Councilmember Freire?
Just curious, that's a pretty generous grant from Verizon. Do other schools get the same treatment from them?
Not like this. We'll be, I think actually we will be the largest implementation of a systemic change with Verizon in the nation. Meaning that yeah, so they're actually looking at us to help how they can scale this in other places. So they give a lot of money to, let's say, New York City, but they don't, it's not every high school. It may be 10 high schools there. Then they've done it with districts that are maybe a total of 2,000 students where they have one middle school and one high school, that they've offered it to them for their middle and high schools. We are the largest district, as far as we can tell right now, that actually has all of our grades 6 through 12. There's no 12,000 student district that actually has that. So they're looking to try and scale, and they've actually seen that we've had really, really good success with our first 3 schools that are part of the partnership, which are Ponus, West Rocks, and Nathan Hale. So they looked at us as a potential to show us how they can scale this and develop a model for other places to learn from.
I apologize if I haven't seen that in the paper, but that's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, the announcements just came out, I think, about a month ago. They were asking us to embargo it for a while, till they can make their national announcements around us joining the Verizon team.
I think that's great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Any additional questions? I have to say, that was succinct and like very smoothly done. So appreciate it.
Air conditioning.
Okay, I think it's back to yes.
Thank
Can
you
I
so
actually
much.
just before we, if you don't mind, just a quick question about the Montessori school project.
Of course.
Is that scaling up a new classroom? Is that a new classroom, or is that renovating an existing classroom?
It's renovating an existing classroom.
And is that going to provide any logistical challenges, or is the plan to do this when school's out? And
we would do it over the summer when school is out. And this is now the 5th classroom we will be doing. So we've had some experience with actually mapping things out and making sure that we do it on time. We have the classroom already identified, and we have those families actually that are currently in 2nd grade, waiting to go into 3rd grade.
Got it. All right.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump back and forth as I'm moving forward if things pop up in
appreciate it. It was just something
of course
that crossed my mind.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. I'm going to continue with the air conditioning program. I do want to say that the Board of Education, alongside Alan Lowe's team, so the city, we did apply for a $35 million grant. It's an HVAC grant that is being funded through the state. And in that HVAC grant, we have applied for 6 separate projects. We haven't heard from the results of that grant yet, which is why this now is in the capital projects request. Every year, we do try to outfit another school for air conditioning. And the air conditioning project that we are requesting for this year is actually for Naramek Elementary School. And what that would involve is window units. But if we do get the grant, then we would just remove this request. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I'm going to keep going if there are no questions. So the next one is the capital repairs and replacement. So we are requesting, like we do every year, for funding for capital repairs and replacement. Typically, these repairs and replacements are not for preventative maintenance. They are actually for maintenance that comes up for things like failed boilers or central air replacements, or if we have roof leaks, anything that is large in capital nature, meaning it has a 20+ year lifespan, or things that are particularly more complex, not your typical repairs that we do, like if something just breaks down. So we do have quite a few aging buildings, so that actually $250,000 does go by pretty quickly. And And we request it every single year. We also have started an asbestos abatement program quite a few years back. That is a state mandate that we start to treat our asbestos tiles and oftentimes ceiling tiles. But we have a request to be able to move forward with the asbestos abatement, this time for Fox Run Elementary School. They are next on the list. And we would be abating it over the summer so as to not to disturb the program there. And it would be the floor tiles that we're looking to abate over the summer. Okay. Similarly, the heating system replacement that you see on the list at request, Marvin and that system is also part of that grant that we submitted for the state. But again, it's to replace their system, and the heating system at Marvin is in need of repair. It's actually in really poor shape. We can't really control the heat, so it gets pretty hot in some of the areas of the building. And we've been able to Band-Aid it with some repairs, but it really is just really uncomfortable for families and for the students. We do get quite a few emails about the heat at Marvin. And but again, if we get the grant and Marvin is part of that grant, we then would be removing that ask.
By the way, do you have any expectations on when you may hear?
It was supposed to be around now, so
so
we were hoping to actually have gotten a response prior to this meeting so that we could have removed some of these.
Adjusted if necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, but we have not. So, we haven't received any news yet.
Okay.
Josh, I will add on that is, if this item does get approved, the approval is not necessarily the bonding authorization. So our hope is that if we do get the grant in time for that, then even though this has been approved, it would not be included in any bonding authorization that the council will do after the fact.
Understood.
Okay. Also, we do have a state mandate to be removing the fuel tanks that are oftentimes underground. The next one that we're looking to remove are Brookside and Tracy, and that's what that ask is for. We have done quite a few pretty successfully. And so then we're hoping to keep up with that plan of doing 1 or 2 schools each year. And similarly, we have school pavement and for ADA compliance also, we want to do a piece of Rowayton for ADA compliance and then the lot at Kendall Elementary School. That's what that request is for. And then Dr. Estrella, oh, go ahead. Councilman Frater, did you have a question? Yes.
To the tank replacement, isn't there some reimbursement? Are we applying for reimbursement for that as well?
Yes, we would apply for some reimbursement, and actually some of the when we connect to gas, like Eversource has been doing that for us at no charge.
Yeah, we just went through that last night, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so it's fresh. Yes.
Yes. Barbara's looking at me and said, yeah, he remembered.
Yeah, I am looking at you, Jim. It was a long meeting, but we got it done.
Okay. Thank you. I heard all about it this morning. Yes. So thank you so much. The next request actually came out of a series of meetings that we have been having with our school governance councils. So our school parent leaders do meet with us and meet with Dr. Estrella, and they put forward sort of the priorities for each school and what they see as the priorities that the students are speaking of when they go home. And the middle school lockers actually are something that comes up quite frequently. The reason being is that they are the original lockers to each facility. And some of the lockers are too small even for a binder, and they're pretty dilapidated. So many of them are missing doors. And because of the age of the actual lockers, we can't even buy replacement parts because they don't even make them like that anymore. The school that is in worse I know it's things change rapidly, but the school that is in the worst condition is actually Rowton Middle School. The lockers at Rowton don't fit the materials that the students actually have to put in their lockers. And that community has actually asked us, probably since about 8 years ago, it comes up over and over and over again that this should make it as a capital request. They have spoken at several meetings about the need for this, and we agree. And so then the request would be to replace Rowton's lockers, and then hopefully each year we start the replacement for a different school.
And is this listing of schools with Ponus, Nathan Hale, and West Rocks, is that a tiered list, or is that sort of a suggestion?
It's a suggestion, but it's a tiered list in terms of the priorities. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, I would just like to add that I am very pleased to see that this item has been added back.
Yes, thank you.
Because I know how bad they are. When I was at Ponus, and this is years and years ago, the lockers outside of my classroom, I literally every day had to go and help a couple different students. It took 3 of us to grab it and shimmy and open it and then closing it. They were horrendous years ago. So
they present a challenge for younger students, but they also are just a safety risk. So there are some that are just the door is off of them. There's some sharp edges. So it's been a long time coming, and we hope to get this finally addressed.
I fully support this.
What are students? What do students do now? I mean, for all these schools that are having locker issues, I mean, are students using the lockers, or are they just carrying a backpack all day? Okay.
They use their lockers, so they do use them, but they don't lock. So you could imagine the issues that presents. So, for the most part, to be quite honest with you, I'm actually pretty proud of them because not a lot of stuff goes missing. So they are pretty respectful of each other's items, but they put their coats in there. They do have to put their book bags in their lockers, and they keep their, they keep their items in there, like their binders and their books. They do carry their technology with them. So that's the big ticket items. They belong, the technology is provided by the district for the student. So, but they do use them. Yeah. And the final piece that I'm going to bring forward to you is the Sono land acquisition. And I'm going to ask Lunda also to help just to make sure that I'm representing this correctly, because this was a conversation that was had with Alan Lowe and the team. Now, we all know that there's a brand new South Norwalk Elementary School that is, we're having the groundbreaking actually on Monday. And the project is underway and has been approved. For quite some time now, there have been additional land lots that the city has purchased, and we have been actually allotted some funding already for this project and for this piece of the project. But we are short the amount that you see here, which is the 3.2 million. Making sure that it's 3.3 million, almost 3.4 million. And I will explain, I'll try to do my best with the notes that Alan gave me, which is that there have been some funding that has already been allocated that were left over from other projects to actually put toward this land acquisition. There's about 200,000 that is then dedicated to tenant relocation. And then the remaining money is for the site development. So the site development is actually what takes up the bulk of this ask.
So Sandra, maybe to just add to that. So this would be something that in the past, and you've probably seen these, where we move funds between projects by way of special appropriation, and we have done a number of these. You'll recall that when we started with the South Norwalk School, there was another project that we were going to have the school somewhere else, and there's a project, it was authorized, and we moved money into the South Norwalk School. Working with Alan Lowe and looking at other school projects, we have kind of exhausted all the funding, what he calls it free balance, from all the other Board of Ed projects where we could move these money from. And so the request was actually higher than this, but the 3 million is where we fell short of available balances in other Board of Ed construction projects. I think we moved, I don't remember exactly how much, but we moved the balance from the Cranberry construction towards this, and we had exhausted all available resources. And so the only way to move forward was to do a new capital budget appropriation for this. And then at some point it was suggested that it would be on the Board of Ed capital budget request versus on the city, even though school construction projects have always been on the city. So that's kind of the uniqueness of this request.
So 2.9 had already been allocated. I apologize, Councilman.
Yes. Okay, so just so I understand, because the form I think that was included in the book was about the actual acquisition of the land, but it seems that actually the vast majority of this is not about the acquisition of land. It's about the construction itself, correct?
Not the construction, it's the site development and
The site development.
the
Okay.
tenant relocation, which is not something that you submit as part of the price of the construction project also.
Okay, so these two things are not subject to the 60% reimbursement rate. This is outside
Correct.
that scope.
That is correct. Mhm.
Councilmember Freyer, I saw you right hand up.
So is this net of the $2 million that we had left over from Jefferson and Ponus? So this went to the purchase of the surrounding properties as well as the old but I thought the Hatch and Bailey property was already purchased.
That was already purchased. So these are the
Right.
surrounding properties. And at the time when we had purchased the
Right.
Hatch Bailey site,
Yeah.
the conversation or the engagement around these properties had just been in its infancy. So
Yeah.
it wasn't even something that we had available to us when we purchased the Hatch and Bailey site.
Correct. So
Mhm.
once we got the Hatch and Bailey property, then on Oxford Street, we
Correct.
purchased the other properties there.
Mhm.
And in addition to purchasing that for 2 point something million, then we also had relocation that we have to put forward for those families that were in there. But I thought that was all being funded by excess or surplus that were left over from Jefferson and from Ponus, I believe.
So
Or
partially.
are we now talking about another account allocation or account trade-off that it now becomes, instead of a city expense, it's going to be a B of E expense?
Well,
No, sorry
Go
if I
ahead.
may.
No,
No,
please.
in terms of a capital project, it will be accounted for the same way. All of our construction projects are managed by the city because these are all city-owned properties.
Right.
And that's why when I mentioned that this was unique in being requested by the board, it's just how it was decided to be done. But the accounting for these projects, it'll all be a Board of Ed school construction project managed by Alan Lowe and Jim Giuliano, just like all the other projects.
Right.
So it would not be treated the only different thing about this one is the fact that we are making the ask today as opposed to Alan Lowe. But other than that, everything else related to the management of this project is consistent with all other school projects.
But so I guess where I'm getting confused now is why are we asking for another $3 million if we've already used the two million and change from leftover from Jefferson School, and we've been told all along by Alan that we're funding a lot of the other expenses, not only the purchase of the houses on Oxford Street, plus the relocation, plus some other work that's being done, about another $1 million worth of drainage and such like that down on Meadow and Wilson Avenue in that area. So is this another $3 million on top of that?
It is.
It is. This is an additional cost to the project, yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, can I just add, I think the way I understand it is that these are increased costs because of the purchase of the properties that we're taking via eminent domain.
But that's what I thought we were covered with a surplus from the other schools.
The
That was
cost
the-
exceeded the surplus.
But by 3 million?
Yes.
Yes.
That doesn't,
Can you-
that's
I-
not
then
what I was hearing. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I was under the impression that, and because I've been going along saying that's what a great deal this has been, because I think maybe we have to go back and talk to Alan and get some.
Well, it's still a great deal. The kids of South Norwalk are about to get their first school in 40-something years. But
Yeah, but it's costing us $3 million more now.
But my question, just would you mind just fleshing out the difference between site development and construction? Or basically the question I'm really asking is, why is this not covered under the 60% reimbursement rate? Why is this different?
So the site development actually includes additional parking, driveways, open space, the basketball court. So things like the basketball court and the other things that came in once we had already done so the project had already been bid out before we even acquired, which is 16 Meadow Street extension. And so then that piece is not included. Like if you look at the ed specs, like this is not included in that because it came after.
It's like the Norwalk High School. The swimming pool is not included for reimbursement. There are certain things that are not included.
But the swimming pool is, the field house was not, but then we got it in, but the concession stand is not.
Yeah.
So there are some things that are not included for reimbursement, and that's what I'm understanding is what we're calling here for the site development. And what Alan had written is the description of what that site development is. And
Okay.
I'm not doing this justice because I think I should have invited Alan to join us for this piece of the conversation.
Yeah, and the only thing about this one was in the forms that we had, it spoke about something that we're not talking about now. What it concerned about was the actual purchase of frankly, the Hatch and Bailey lot.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about now is different from that.
It's different. This is
So
not the Hatch and Bailey lot.
I understood. I'm just saying that what we were presented with, it literally just says land necessary for new Sono school.
Oh.
So I had just marked it as I had thought we had done this already, and we have. So I think it's good that we think that to the extent maybe Alan and Lunda and if you guys can help us just sort of step out the full extent of this request, I think that, whatever way you think necessary, I think that might be helpful here.
That is fair.
Sure. We can work with Alan to put together a cover memo if that offers explanations. And then if we need to follow up with either with you, Josh, or select members of the committee to flesh it out, we could do that as well.
I'd appreciate that. I think that would be, something quick in a way that all of our, our members can be able to, review something. Council member.
Councilwoman Young.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say, this needs to be cleared up, but that site really was a mess. And we don't need to nickel and dime it to death because the area needs to look like we would want all of our kids, like a place we'd want all of our kids to go to. So if it's an extra 3 million and it's spent the right way, it needs to be spent. Thank you.
I don't disagree with that at all. I just wanted to get clarity on the stated request is just different than what we're
absolutely
talking about tonight.
Absolutely.
That was all my point.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning it at all. I'm just curious that I thought it was all included, so it was just a little bit surprising. And I think it's just it's just semantics. That's all it is.
we'll work with Alan to get you the information.
Absolutely.
No problem.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our request, and I'm happy to revisit any of the projects that you may have questions about.
Do any council members have additional questions for any of the BOE team?
No.
Seeing none, thank you all.
Josh, the
Josh, I just
the
wanted to
superintendent
say-
had some comments to
Oh,
close.
my
Hi,
apologies, Superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well. I just wanted to thank everyone, and especially the mayor, for putting these capital requests forward. I think they're critical requests from the instructional side to facility and infrastructure. I think they're all critical in continuing to educate our scholars. So I thank you for listening to the team and and the team for answering all the questions that were brought forward today. And we hope that these requests are approved so that we can continue the great work that we're doing for our Norwalk Public School students. And as you heard Ralph Balancisi articulate, we always find ways in which we can find grant funds to subsidize and reduce costs. So I hope that's taken into account as you think through these requests, because wherever possible, we always find ways to reduce costs to taxpayers. And the same token, I hope that these requests are move forward so that we can continue to do the work. And congrats, Josh, in your new role.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Dr. Estrella, for your comments. Okay, moving right along. I know we've been at this for a little while. Economic and Community Development and the Parking Authority are next. I don't know who wants to go first, by the way. So
I'm more than happy to go if Jess is okay with that, or Sabrina.
Brian, why don't you go ahead? Yep.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everybody. Really appreciate the time to speak. Parking Authority recently completed a conditions assessment of all of our facilities, forecasting 5 years of repairs. Immediate needs showed 11 million in repairs. However, we understand that we can't deal with the entirety. Our consultant has recommended improvements totaling 1.5 million, focusing number one on concrete structure repair and then waterproofing membranes. At this point, structural integrity is our number one priority. This allows us to keep our assets in a good state of repair. The MPA are good stewards of city investment. This 1.5 million was approved by the MPA board and will be paid for by MPA funds. No city dollars will be paying for this bond. We are only taking advantage of the city's excellent AAA bond rating to secure a loan for the lower interest rate. That's pretty much it. Trying to get some of these facilities repaired and just good in a good state of repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Garrett, are you next?
I'm happy to follow up if there's no questions for Brian.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Dunn.
You know what I'm probably gonna say? As part of that 1.5 million, are we gonna incorporate some of the ADA issues that we previously talked about? Have you been here in the meeting?
Yeah, so Heather,
Yeah,
I can speak to that
go
a
ahead,
little bit. You know, the Yankee Doodle Garage is a parking authority asset, and we've met with Bill, and he's brought these concerns to our attention recently. The parking authority, when they were looking at the outstanding $11 million necessary for really infrastructure improvements to keep all their facilities in a state of good repair, this was really the next project in line. Some of the improvements in the 1.5 that Brian spoke to were largely to waterproof the facility, to protect the membrane, to protect and restore the concrete. As you may know, we have a really a large multi-phase plan to address these issues related to the maintenance and the structural integrity first. But we're also looking at additional phases, including some aesthetic improvements and then some work inside the garage which certainly will improve customer experience. So some of that work includes improving the lighting, improving wayfinding throughout the facility. We think at that time it would be best to address some of these issues, such as the handicap parking, because it isn't simply just restriping some of the stalls. It'll have an impact on all the stalls throughout the facility. But we're looking at that as a future phase of the project. Bill had just met with us and thought it would be possible to maybe advance those phases. But subsequent phases will be brought to the parking authority that will include some of those improvements. And I know he mentioned a ramp within the garage. And one of the challenges is that this facility is over 40 years old. So the code has changed over time. But it certainly is on the radar. We're working on the outside structure first, and additional phases. We're going to look at how we can incorporate that so they not be included in Bill's budget at the moment, and present to the parking authority as they're the body for approval for that project.
Thanks, Garrett. And may I add that, just recently we actually included ADA compliance on the multi-space meters in the throughout the city. So if you handicap placard holder goes to the meter, it'll allow them to put in their license plate, but also hit the handicap button that's on there, which will make it, they won't have really a long, they won't have a time restraint on parking. So it's a really good initiative that we're trying to work on. We're also going to, we're looking at some improvements at the South Norwalk garage with restriping the first floor to try to improve the ADA compliance over there as well with a handicap door. But Bill was trying to get through there, a little bit wider of a door.
Thank you. Jess, I don't know what order you wanted to go in for the various projects.
Chair.
I'm deferring to you here.
Chairman, can I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm slow to click on the mute button. I just want to, we had this question earlier, this conversation about ADA from Bill Hennick. Is that who you're talking about? The bill we are coordinating with ADA coordinating, correct? Just checking. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, Bill and I we've been working closely since I've been on board. He's a very great asset, very helpful.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So
What's
I think
next?
if we could go to Sabrina, that would be great.
Hi, Josh. So I'm actually, wow, I'm not on screen. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So there's actually Brian Caspers here to present the Arts Commission. So the Business Development and Tourism Department does oversee the Arts Commission, but this is Brian's baby. So I'm going to let him kind of introduce it, and I'll interject as he needs my support. But Brian, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for letting me jump on here and advocate on behalf of the creatives and artists in our city, region, and country for that matter. Our intention with the Arts and Public Places ask, which is really the only thing that has come through as being recommended by the mayor on the budget, is to take that $150,000 and to do a arts festival. Simply put, we were originally kind of calling it a public art festival, but I think that might be a little too specific. That, would, anyway, point is that it would showcase a variety of different arts in our community. Obviously, public art, that being murals, sculpture, etc., but also dance, music, poetry, theater even. And, the original ask was for $250,000. That was really meant to cover artist stipends. The intention was to do 25 pieces at $10,000 each. So now that we've drawn this number back a little bit, we'll just have to sort of rescale and reevaluate where we want to spend that money on, and what we intend to do in terms of the end result for this. So, the intention is to do, let's say, 15 public pieces of art at $10,000 a piece, and then to do a surrounding festival of some sort to sort of celebrate that and the culmination of all those pieces being created more or less at the same time. To the point that someone from the public earlier mentioned trying to find this money through sponsors, and that is absolutely something that's going to have to happen. we're going to have to find more money from sponsors, be it local or national sponsors, to bridge that gap to everything from security, cleanup, porta potties, whatever it may be. But that's the long and short of it. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has on that.
Councilmember Freyer.
Could you just explain what kind of art you're talking about? Is this going to be individual art? This isn't murals on a wall, because you're talking about that, what is it? The workspace behind Wilson Avenue, or right off Wilson Avenue there?
That was the original, the original space for this, and something I'm still talking to David Genovese about. That I believe it's called Baywater Industrial Park or something to that effect. Yeah. And the idea was that it would be sort of rotating every year. After Sabrina and I have talked a lot about this, bounced around a lot of different ideas, and perhaps it's better served to just sort of slowly move those pieces throughout the city. The idea is to do this annually. Every year we'll get new pieces added to the city, hoping that building owners will step up and offer some walls, because city walls are few and far between. So yes, the intention is 15 pieces of permanent pieces of public art. And I know that may be slightly vague, but it will likely be in the form of something like murals, sculptures, things like that.
Councilmember Brian, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
I just wanted to had one follow up on that. So who's responsible for maintaining this after that? We give the artist 10,000 for his piece. And then is it the building owner or the city that has to maintain it after that?
So we had originally asked for a $10,000 request for this purpose exactly. The idea was to have a pot of money every year asking for 10,000 to get to 30. So that way, as needed, these things could be maintained. Eventually, we are going to run out of wall space. And hopefully in 5-10 years, when really that's truly the lifespan of a mural, maybe it just gets replaced with a new one. I am an advocate for constantly changing the public environment. I mean, we build new houses all the time, and this should really be no different, that maybe these things just get kind of rotated out. In terms of who is to maintain it, I would suppose that responsibility would fall on the city, but we would probably look to the original artists for some kind of maintenance.
I can also speak to that a little bit. In the past, when murals have come into disrepair, if they're on private property, we cannot touch them. But if they're pieces that are owned by us, which these will be, we have that $10,000 in that fund. But also in the past, we've been able to use our insurance funds to repair some of this art. It just has to be a unique set of circumstances, like if it's a significant weather event that has damaged the piece, or a significant storm has damaged the piece. Our insurance has been really flexible with us to be able to cover it in case something comes to disrepair. And we've been grateful to be able to actually use the artist that installed the pieces originally to do that for us. So there is multitudes of funding to be able to maintain the art. But as Brian said, the murals that we have installed, we make sure that they have a lacquer on them that expands the lifespan of them. So you're not looking at, a mural that's gonna, start peeling and get damaged in a year. It's really extending that life because of the materials that the Arts Commission is suggesting that we use, so that it spans a longer lifespan than some of the other pieces we might see around the city.
Right. I think the other piece of that too is that, Jim, we've tried to think about how to balance it, because the other way to do it is to allow the artist to continue owning the art and the private property owner to continue owning the art. But then as the artwork starts to get older or starts to need maintenance, then we would need to depend on the artist or the private property owner to be able to step up and repair that. And we as the city wouldn't have the ability to come in and say, okay, let's whitewash it and start over again, right? To Brian Casper's point, like, let's change and evolve the artwork that's going on. So the way that we've talked about it with legal is that if we do artwork with the artists and they have the ability to then give the city ownership of their artwork, then we would maintain it, but we also have the ability to turn it over when we think it's appropriate as well. So we felt as though that was a better option in order to be able to do that than to continuously fund artwork from the city standpoint and then not be able to have the autonomy or the authority to be able to maintain it in any way or be able to continue making decisions about what should be in those particular places, because we'd be giving that away to a certain extent.
Is it possible that we would have the property owner pay the artist directly?
Yeah, and we've done that too. We've done that in different scenarios as well.
And that could be something that supplements some of this budget too, where, you know, if it's, what's the big Italian canning place? It's a mass, I've always thought it was a great place for a mural. I mean, maybe they want to have a say in it. And so therefore, you know, we would look to them to help supplement this budget. So they could be part of that process.
Right. And that's part of the work that this committee did a couple months ago when we approved the Arts and Cultural District, because when we approved the Arts and Cultural District, we approved the ability to do sponsorship and fundraiser for pieces of artwork across the city. So we didn't set up the account yet. That's actually for the May agenda because the meeting we felt would be pretty long tonight. And so we pushed that to May, but the Arts and Cultural District, the reason why we were so behind trying to implement that in the city is because of the sponsorship fundraising piece that allows us to basically supplement and then in the long term replace any of the capital budgets that we're asking for.
Okay, Councilmember Murray.
Because I just think back, you know, I knew Breck Morgan
Jim?
pretty well.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Murray's had her hand up for a long time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So I don't want to belabor it because I'm hearing how, you know, how the thought process is going, but I'm looking at future years, the difference on public art inventory and public art maintenance. So it sounds like we're not having a lot in inventory or we're not able to touch it once yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, the inventory was to literally take an inventory of what we have for the purposes of, you know, it's basically an audit of what we have. So we can have a grand list. Things are sort of spread out throughout the city in terms of city-owned artwork, that is. You know, the public art policy is a relatively newly updated policy. So I would say that, you know, all of this is sort of new territory for us, but that ask specifically was to take an inventory for insurance purposes or what have you.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Dunn.
I just want to say that in general, I support this idea, but having worked professionally in this field and producing events and, you know, projects like this, I just feel like it's giving this much money, putting this in the budget right now is really premature without more of a plan. Not that I wouldn't like to help with the plan necessarily, but I think given where we stand right now, I don't think it's wise. I think it's more of a want versus a need that's not fleshed out well enough yet. So I'd like to see more of an idea of where the money's actually going at this point.
Okay. I mean, really the intention is for this money to go to artists to participate in this, to the city to basically back it. And so that way we can start to say, okay, let's move forward.
If you, Brian, I respect you and everything, but if you don't know what contract you're signing, whether you're signing a contract for artwork, there's things like representation. Does the artist own the image? You know, at the end of the day, there's things that have to go into that contract that you sign with them for $10,000 that needs to be really buttoned up first. And if you're talking about that many artists, you know, I'd rather see you start with one artist or two this year and then expand the project, you know, understanding what's going on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I that makes a lot of sense. I think there's Heather, I think to your point, I think there's a fine balance, right? There's a fine balance in trying to like move this forward but get it right. You know, we did advance the Monroe Underpass mural, which is actually moving forward in the next number of weeks. And we actually brought forward the West Avenue mural as well, which is the West Avenue between Sono Collection and West Avenue intersection with Connecticut Avenue. And so we have those two moving forward. I think the other piece is that we have the ability to, you know, with artwork, it's always it's always interesting because we have the Arts and Cultural Commission as well that are weighing in on sort of some of the pieces. And then how do those decisions get made between the Arts and Cultural Commission versus the Common Council versus the mayor's office, and not versus per se, but just in general of like process, right? And what is the standard operating procedure for those particular pieces? I do know that we have been, any contract that we move forward with Monroe or even for West Avenue, we've always brought through this particular committee, there's the Economic Community Development Committee, and also we brought through the Common Council. So I think even if this body were to consider moving the funding through or a portion of the funding through, it's not to say that that money would be spent without additional approvals. The additional approvals would need to come through the Arts and Cultural District Committee. It would need to come through the Economic Community Development Committee with the contract that would be laid out by legal. And then that would then need to be approved by Common Council to be able to even expend the dollars. So I wanted to make sure that when we talk about process, that those processes are in place as far as not having the 150 just to spend outright without that pathway in place.
It's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation where, we can't start looking for artists and start hashing some of those details out if we don't have something to back it up. We can't start saying, oh, we want you to paint a mural. We don't know how much money we're going to have though.
When I was hired to do the STAR program, the giant stars, there's one in City Hall. I didn't know what I was doing, but I went to the Downtown Merchants Association of Stamford, who did the cows, and they walked me through it. And I spent so many hours with them figuring out how to do it, kind of on the fly, but before we even spent $1. So things like I honestly would support doing a public art inventory, because we may have pieces of art that are very valuable in the city that we don't know where they are. They may not be maintained very well. I don't know. I'd like to see a different pathway for this personally.
Councilmember Young, and then I have a question as well.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms. Dunn, to your point, when you just said that about some artwork not done well, I think we have something on West Ave. The yellow strings of things coming down the wall.
There was just an article about
what you were talking about that is just unsightly at this point and needs to be addressed.
I have to.
It is. We're working on it.
Thank you.
We are.
We had a plan. We bought giant red Christmas balls, and we were going to make a spaghetti, like a flash mob thing that didn't
spaghetti dinner.
I still actually have the giant red Christmas balls. If anybody wants to do something fun for a little bit, pop up. Sorry.
I think there are some interesting points that have been brought up. I guess my question is looking prospectively. I remember when we set up the Arts and Cultural District and we did the ordinance for that, one of the items was about bringing in grant money and frankly getting different various funds and sources to subsidize public art. And so I'm wondering, I do wonder if, you're asking for, the request is for 150,000 right now. I guess my question is, and I realize this is sort of putting the cart, I wonder if it's putting the cart before the horse, because if we're setting up the account and we're already beginning to seek sponsorships and sort of putting together a series of private funds, are we then in a situation where we're now putting out city, capital funds, as sort of a lost leader or sort of an initial investment? And the idea is that, we wouldn't be doing this in the future because they would essentially be subsidized in the future. Is that basically the premise?
I think so. It's a bit of a proving ground. We have to be able to point to something we've accomplished in order to start to seek some of that out. And maybe Sabrina has a little more insight out.
I thought some of this was also to solicit donations or corporate sponsorships that don't require a forerunner in terms of.
The point of this was really the $150,000 is paying just for the artwork that we will own. The rest of the funds that we will need to host the festival and do all the logistics, that's where the fundraising is going to come in, especially for things like materials and things like that.
Okay.
That would be a good process because I know, like the murals, two of the murals that I had put under the bridge in Washington Street, we wrote grants for, totally funded it. But that the process of having to write those grants, we really had to problem solve from step one, if A to Z of what we were going to do before we even, we had to come up with an internal budget, what everything was going to cost. And we had to hear from the state that there's specific bolts that cost specific amounts of money to adhere it to the, the underpass or whatever, which we wouldn't have known, but it was important to do that first before throwing money at something. So,
Okay. Okay. Brian, were there any other items that you wanted to cover? Any other sort of art? Brian, Sabrina,
those were our initial asks. That was
got it. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm like one.
That's
was
okay.
looking at the list and trying to figure out who's next.
We have Brian Badoli for the RDA, and I think he should probably go next if that's okay with you, Josh.
Josh, sorry, there's another, so on the next page under Arts Commission, there's the Arts and Cultural Plan that was recommended. So
that's sorry, guys.
It's okay. I missed it too. And I was looking at the sheet. I didn't see it and then I saw it. So as we just talked about a little bit, we have the Arts and Cultural District Commission that exists and the designated Arts and Cultural District itself. This plan is really to say kind of what is needed in the district, not only from you need a new mural here, you need a new mural here, you need a sculpture here. It's more to see holistically, not just arts, but also cultural events, cultural opportunities to be exposed to different cultures in the municipality. So this plan will not only look at kind of the needs and assessment from an arts and cultural lens, specifically in this district, but also what we should be funding going forward in the arts and cultural realm in relation to the Arts and Cultural Commission and that district, and how we should be getting sponsorship funds, getting donations, and what those funds would exactly be used for.
But Sabrina, this is also required as part of the state of Connecticut Arts and Cultural District acknowledgement, right? Yeah.
And then I noted, and this is an expense that's going to recur every 5 years. That's my understanding?
The Arts and Cultural
The plan.
Yeah. So the plan is going to be updated every 5 years. Do I think it's going to be $100,000 each year? I'm not sure.
No. I wasn't asking that question.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I wasn't going to put you on the spot there.
Yeah, no. So we actually went to other municipalities that have a plan like this in place and got pricing for what they've spent. So that's kind of where our budget is for what they're looking for. And the hope is that we keep updating it as we go. And the only time we would need a new one is when we've achieved the goals that we've set out in the implementation measures of that plan.
I also wondered, and I think Heather kind of brought up an interesting point here, but my question was sort of as part of the arts and culture plan, in looking at other municipalities, now that you've said it, have they sort of fleshed out their own arts and public places kind of program, and may a study like this help us refine that kind of program for the future?
Yes, of course. A lot of the municipalities that I've looked at so far and looked at their planning documents, a lot of them have implemented the arts development kind of percentage that a lot of people talk about, that a specific percentage of all development fees and things that developers are building goes specifically into the arts. So this plan would recommend things like that for us to either look at, implement, and other ways that we should be getting funding to support the arts that's not through traditional capital requests or operating requests, essentially.
Understood. Councilmember Seed.
Yeah, and with the cost, is that like a standard cost, 100,000, like every other town is paying that?
Yeah, I reached out to 3 similar municipalities, and this is the range of what they're looking for. I've seen as low as 88, and I've seen as high as like 125. So we kind of made a modest estimation.
Councilmember Freyer.
Go back to the fact, why is this a capital expenditure? What are we buying?
It's a one-time plan that needs to be completed. So it'll be every 5 years, but for now it's just a one-time cost. The arts and culture plan is just a one-time plan to be able to adopt for the city. So it's much like Councilperson Dunn was talking about. Do you want to put the plan in place and be able to create the plan before you start adopting some of the other capital items that you want to be able to address? And so the arts and cultural plan is part of what is required from the state in order to be able to secure our designation for the district.
Yeah, I get that, but it's not an asset. It's not a capital asset. How do you depreciate it? It's a plan. It's like
Right. So, but I
do
think the
something.
way in which the city's thought about capital is either, is it infrastructure with a depreciating value, or is it a one-time cost that is a plan to a certain extent? So the way that we've always put plans forward has always been as part of the capital budget. That's not been part of in some of them you see operating. In some of them, you see professional services that are related to operating budget, but usually that's an ongoing ask that we have year over year versus the capital requests, which we have as sort of like a one-off request. So I think this discussion's come up before, though, of what belongs in capital versus what belongs in operating. I feel like that came up as part of the BET conversation as well.
Yeah, because it really isn't a capital item. I mean, it's not, you don't depreciate it, it doesn't have a life. And then you say it's a plan, but you're gonna do a new plan in 5 years. It's just a cyclical plan, that's all. It's more of an expense than a capital item. But you know, that's another conversation with the CFO, I think.
Yeah, I feel like there's a few items in our budget, in particular ECD's budget, that have popped up a few times on should it be operating or should it be capital? And we're happy to have that conversation. You know, I think it's one of those things that we need to meet and kind of talk through some of the items, because you'll hear a few more items that you'll probably say, doesn't that belong in operating as opposed to capital? And I think those are decisions that just need to be made on where the best place is for it.
Yeah.
And we're okay with either.
Yeah, because you're gonna take the expense over the life of an asset. So in this case, if it's a 5-year plan, you're gonna take the expense in 1/5 every year. So,
yep. Yeah.
So you know, if you're putting all your effort and all the work into building a plan in year 1, that's where the expense really should go. But anyway, it's not germane to our conversation tonight.
No, and you'll see a few pop up that I think we need to visit.
I'm writing them down, don't worry.
All right. What's next?
All right. You know, I said Brian, but I think Steve and Alexis are on. Steve, you're on for the open space plan, which is not recommended by the mayor, but I think you wanted to speak briefly to it.
Alexis conveniently lost power and internet, so I'm kind of pinch hitting for this for her tonight. This is another one of those items you just discussed, which could be capital, which could be operating. To Jess's point, we don't have a preference where it goes. In the past, prior to Henry, it was an operating. When Henry came on board, or Henry Dakowitz, he shifted the requests like this over to capital, so that's where they've been. But wherever the city would prefer we request the funds from, it makes no difference on our end. We just seek the funds to conduct the study. So this particular item is a request. The city has really not looked at open space comprehensively in a very long time. There was the Parks and Rec plan, which does have some open space components to it, but they never really did A, proper inventory, or B, came up with any kind of strategic thinking of where they would want to see additional open space, or how the city could go about acquiring it, you know, looking at all the different funding mechanisms that might be out there, whether city funds, federal and/or state grants. So that's kind of the essence of this. We thought it was a good time to, you know, take a look at that, considering all the other planning initiatives going on. This might be a nice next phase to drop off and take a look at.
Why is this not recommended by the mayor?
You know, I think it's just, again, it's a matter of, yeah, that would be a good question for the mayor, but I think the answer I would give would be that, you know, it's just a matter of, you get a lot of different capital requests and you have to put them in buckets, and some buckets you have to are too full for what the the city's coffers can handle it. And I think that's probably what he made this decision on.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I just want to just confirm, this is the first time you're requesting this, right?
Right, it was not in
First
private.
request. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Dunn.
Steve, is this a part of the POCD to increase or maintain open space?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty core mission for pretty much any municipality to look at. You know, the state has goals in terms of what they would like to see each municipality have in terms of the amount of open space. It's also, you know, one of the mandates and kind of things for a conservation commission to look at as well. So they've kind of talked about in the past how they'd like to get more out of just the scope of reviewing like wetlands applications and looking at a broader planning process for conservation measures. And this would be like their first jumping off point.
I'm embarrassed to say I don't remember the POCD, that aspect of it, but I remember in the past. I just don't remember seeing it, the current one.
Yeah, it's in there. It's I don't know if I would say it's the top bullet point recommendation, but it isn't a consideration under that heading.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
Great.
Brian,
So can we, Brian Bedoli for RDA.
Yep. Hey, everyone. Good evening. So we have 3 requests before you tonight. The first one referenced as urban core infrastructure. These funds are used for all of our design and pre-development planning throughout the urban core for our infrastructure and development projects. So for instance, you know, the $3 million grant that we all just got, in addition to the $6 million around the South Norwalk train station, it'll cover the design costs on that. And then, for instance, like the Webster lot financial analysis and things that we need to do for pre-development planning efforts, hiring consultants and the like. I don't know if you want me to go through all 3 or if you want to take one at a time.
why don't we just do all 3?
Okay. So then the second one is the Community Development Block Grant Plan. This is a requirement for the CDBG process, which you're all involved with currently. Every 5 years, you need to develop a 5-year action plan. So this is just going to be similar expenditure has been discussed for $70,000, and that's based on discussions with the consultants and estimates we received. And then finally, the West Avenue Quincy Orchard Contingency Fund. Many of you are probably aware of the utility work that's going on in support of the Pinnacle redevelopment project around Quincy, Butler, Orchard, and the like over there. When we received now $5 million in grant funding for this project. But when we went out to bid for the underground utilities, they came in about $1 million over what was estimated. Rather than, just trying to look for the $1 million, we went through, we value engineered it as far as we could, reduced it as far as we could, put it for 750. It's recommended at 500, which I think will get us there. We'll just, be tightening our belts a little bit on that one as well.
Brian, the CDBG plan, is this an offshoot or is this a, continuation of, just an iteration of an already existing plan? Essentially, we just have to sort of hit refresh every 5 years.
Yeah, you have an existing plan, and this is a prerequisite for any funding you get through CDBG. The $1 million a year you guys get.
Right. I guess my question was, are we required to hire a consultant to do that plan every 5 years? Okay, there we go. Anyone, Councilmember Najelski-Eichner.
Just jumping in here briefly, with the Pinnacle Avenue or Pinnacle development and the West Avenue situation, so is our contribution in addition to contributions from the developer? Like, do we expect kind of a matching grant from the developer? How does that sort of work when our kind of public infrastructure investment is benefiting a new development?
Yeah, I mean, they contributed the design cost. That wasn't a requirement, but that was their key component. I wasn't involved in this particular deal. This occurred before I got here, but all of the money is used for public infrastructure that benefits the entire area. So it's typically just shouldered by the city or in the state in this regard. So it isn't really directly tied to the Pinnacle. It's just around the Pinnacle development. For a lot of it, some of it, yeah, obviously is in support of the development. But that wasn't part of the discussion for this project that I was involved with.
Okay, thank
Any additional questions for Mr. Badoli?
Okay.
Sorry, I just to follow up on that briefly. So, but when we have a shortfall, is there an opportunity to go back to the developer and say, like, look, we're doing this work around you, nearby you, we're however facing a shortfall and what we anticipated for the public costs were going to be? I mean, is that a conversation that we have the opportunity to have?
That's actually how I was able to value engineer some of this. So there is an expectation that they're going to be contributing the delta.
Okay, that's very helpful to hear. Thank you.
Other questions for Brian? Going once? Going twice? Brian, it was nice to see you twice in one day.
Yeah, look at that. Take care, everyone.
Take care.
All right,
bye. Jess?
Can we please go with, can we please go with Garrett?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff.
Mostly
Good
I'm
evening.
glad Garrett's taking one for the team because it's Jim's birthday today. So
We let him off the hook.
yeah.
But I just wanted to say good evening. We have 12 projects. I'll try to be respectful of your time as we run through them. The first project is roadway design and reconstruction. The request is for $500,000. This is one of our most important projects that is prioritized as number one. It helps us address transportation improvements that were low cost, like quick implementation transportation improvements that were identified in our master plan and through our POCD. It also helps us address improvements to safety related issues that occur through our findings from our crash analysis that our data analyst performs. It helps us respond to the 350 citizen service requests we get a year in a quick and timely fashion and concerns that are raised by the group that's in front of me. It also helps support small jobs throughout the city. So I know we talked a little bit about ADA. In the last year, we used this funding to install ramps around Oyster Shell Park and the Maritime Aquarium to supplement new crosswalks that didn't exist and really came through the citizen service request system. It's helped us build raised crosswalks, fill minor sidewalk gaps, and other projects, small projects of that nature. Next year, we already have several projects that came in through the citizen service request this year that we've designed in-house over the winter. And then these will be improvements to, for example, the intersection of Williams and County Street where there's no crosswalks today. And it's in the proximity of the new Norwalk High School. It will also go to addressing some run off the road crashes that occur on Wilson Avenue in Route 8 and other projects of similar nature. This account's really also important because it helps us respond and do the planning and design to allow us to be competitive for grant projects. So our department's largely grant funded. We requested over $42 million in funding last year, and we were awarded over $20 million. Some of these projects have 20% construction matches, some have 10% construction matches. Typically, we have had projects that have no construction funding matches, but they'll typically require design matches. So this allows us to be flexible, competitive. The grant applications don't come in on a regular window. And we just received a request through WestCog for an application that has a solicitation window of 1 month. I think earlier today, we held a presser for the Reconnecting Communities grant, which we worked closely with the RDA for. We're also working on submitting a Safe Streets for All grant, and that was submitted today. So we're continuously looking for opportunities that we can fund city projects through state and federal dollars. Moving on to the second project, traffic signal equipment, request for $350,000. So this is a capital project for the ongoing replacement of all the existing traffic signals within the city. We have several signals that are older than me, over 40 years old, and they're at their end of their effective life. We maintain and operate 86 signals of our own. So this year's balance is going to signal that is necessary for the new Norwalk High School. So we do the development review for all projects in the city, and in partnership with the city, and review of the application, because we're moving the access drive from what's really a county street today to Strawberry Hill Avenue. All the activity will be taking place on Strawberry Avenue, and the funding that you see before you is to do a signal to maintain stable traffic flow, but also make sure that the school is safe and accessible for the students and the student population. The third account before you is new sidewalk construction, requested for $500,000. When Jim and I first joined the city, we partnered with the RDA, and one of the first projects that we did was an inventory of all our sidewalks throughout the city. So to determine where our existing sidewalks are, where our gaps are, where there just aren't any sidewalks today, and the locations of all the crossings in the city. We use this account to guide the investments and to prioritize our investments. Just to put this into context, we have 280 miles of road, and so that's, if you double that, that's the potential sidewalk miles that we could install. The city only has 189 sidewalk miles throughout the city, so you can see there's a big gap. Sidewalks are one of the #1 citizen service requests that we get, and there's a lot of outstanding needs. So we're systematically looking at how we can fill those gaps. A couple of the projects that this will go to fund this year is, for example, there is a gap in the proximity of Brookside and Brian McMahon High School on Soundview Avenue. There's a gap in sidewalk that has been created by ledge. So we're doing geotechnical work, and we're looking to create a sidewalk gap over only a couple hundred feet, but it will require a retaining wall. But yeah, as you may know, kids will walk regularly in the roadway today, and it's a major barrier to getting kids to those schools. And then moving on to the fourth account, so traffic system enhancements, the request for $60,000. So the previous account, traffic signal account I spoke to you about, was really for the full replacement of traffic signals. This account is really for intermediate improvements and other repairs and upgrades to keep them in a state of good repair and make sure that they're modernized with the rest of the system. So this funding goes to several of the 86 traffic signals that we have. It includes things like replacing the loops in the ground, which wear out over time, with updated video detection, which is much more accurate and provides feedback and data back to our central communication center. It includes the installation of backup power generators at critical intersections to make sure that they can maintain traffic when we lose power. It includes things like dynamic no turn on red and yield to pedestrian signs, so we can make the roadway safer for pedestrians, and several other elements. So I won't go through the exhaustive list, but it also includes things like the controller upgrades, which are really the brains of our traffic signal control system. The next account is safe routes to school, and the request is for $250,000. And this is really to fulfill our vision that we have school zones around each and every one of our schools. So when I talk about school zones, making sure we have consistent signage and pavement markings and safety devices around all of the schools within the city. This includes looking at school zone flashers and 20-mile-per-hour school or posted speed limits when school is in session. We've been currently working with the state to do roadway safety audits around schools. So we did one this past fall at Fox Run Elementary School, and a number of recommendations came out of the report. And that's what we're using some of last year's funding to complete sidewalk gaps, to do those flashers I mentioned, to do speed feedback signs, high visibility crosswalks, and raised crosswalks. And we are also in the works of doing taking advantage of this state program that's really just been reinvigorated, and we're going to look at Cranberry School next, because we're making a lot of investments. We have a new school. DPW has done a tremendous amount of work on Bain Street and West Rocks Road, and they're doing some major investments on Grumman Avenue. So we're going to look at how we can really put the icing on the cake and make sure we have a safe route to school. Moving on, number 6 is the Wall Street corridor improvements. So I know this is familiar to many, but just to summarize the project, it's really evolved all the phases into a $27 million project. It's grown in complexity and size over the course of its development. We secured over $19 million in grant funding for this project. It's a mosh posh of different funding sources. We have federal, we have state funding sources. But this money is really to advance the design. As I mentioned before, we get a lot of construction grants, but typically the requirement is for the city to do the design. And we're working on really designing all the phases simultaneously so we can implement them one after the other in a nice smooth succession. And then we have a little gap funding. We're still looking for the last $6 million to complete the funding of the project, but we've done some grant applications and we're very optimistic that we'll get that funding. So this design will go to making sure we have shovel-ready projects. The seventh item, pavement markings and signage. So that's for $200,000. So I think I mentioned earlier, we have 280 miles of roadway. We have a tremendous, and our department's responsible, tremendous amount of lane miles of pavement markings to maintain throughout the city. And they're one of the highest benefit to cost safety improvements that we can do to make sure that we limit the number of crashes on our roadways. It's also, there's federal requirements as to the reflectivity of the pavement markings and the signage on roadways as well. So this is to support that program and to also implement new complete street type of safety improvements. Number 8, West Rocks Road. So this is $350,000. So this is really to complement the $1.4 million that we received as a federal appropriation from Congressman Himes, and also a state grant we have for raised crosswalks, curb extensions, and school zone flashers, and push button flashing pedestrian signs on the corridor. So this is just to satisfy the grant requirements and to provide that construction match. This will result in sidewalks all the way on the westerly side of West Rocks Road, all the way up to Main Street. The next one is streetlights, $75,000. So we are responsible for over 90 pedestrian level lights and a combination of highway lights throughout the city. We've done an inventory. We're working on doing conditions assessment of those lights. But we regularly have to replace these, as many of them have been in for a significant period of time, and they're at the end of their effective life. So this is to continue working on RFP so we can go out and procure these devices. But we have a lot of different streetlights throughout the city that need to be replaced. The next one, George Avenue sidewalks, $100,000. So this is, it's about 0.6 of a mile sidewalk project. So this has been around for a long time. Typically in our capital budget, when we have a project that includes a whole roadway, we include it as a separate capital project. But this has been on the docket and around since the last inception of the Transportation Master Plan. And it was again included in this most recent update to the Transportation Master Plan. And it's a road that truly does need sidewalks. It's between two busy roads, Tierney Avenue and Route 1. And a concept was already prepared. This funding would go to advancing the design of that project. And we would either look for grant funding to build the sidewalks, or we would look for additional capital funding in out years. The next one is traffic safety data. So this is a really important account. This allows us access to data to refine and improve our crash data repository that we hold within the city. And I think this is one of the systems that really makes us competitive, and why we see a lot of success in the grants is we're able to back up our applications with a lot of data. This funding is also necessary for us to do a sign inventory of the city. So, well, one of the first things that Jim and I worked on is a curbside sign style guide, and it's really looking at how we improve the consistency of our signage on our city streets throughout the city, and also the aesthetics and how we eliminate any unnecessary signage. So what this funding would go is to an inventory of all the signs. We do not have an inventory of all our signs out there. We have limited information about our parking signs. So this would supplement all our traffic control signs. We have, through drive-throughs of the city, identified a number of intersections that don't have stop control, which warrant stop control. And those are intersections and approaches to main roads and intersections where local roads meet, but that exposes the city to some liability. So this is to identify all those locations where we need additional traffic control, but also it'll help us build out more programs that will benefit residents of the city. We're currently looking at a handicap parking program, so an on-street program, and so it'd be in the downtown areas, but also if residences don't have access to parking, the ability to do handicap parking on the street. But as you know, people may move and the signs may become obsolete. So we really need a system before we implement a program like this that can maintain, help us track, and help us go out and reach out to residents and make sure that they are still qualifying for this program. So we don't really result in a street where there's signs that are no longer applicable. And I think the last one, we have a pedestrian crosswalk at 40 Cross Street. So as we built out the NRVT and we just finished another mile, it connects to a recently completed section of the Harbor Loop Trail, which leads to Route 1 and Cross Street. So the trail approaches Cross Street at an unsignalized intersection. On the other side, to the south, there's another completed section of the Harbor Loop Trail. So this is really to finalize and provide continuity to the Harbor Loop Trail. And this location is particularly challenging. Not only it's a state road, it's Route 1, it's a multi-lane road, but we need to look at something more robust than just like a typical RFB or push button activated sign. We need some type of beacon to control traffic to make the trail safe for users. So this funding would go to the design of that. It's been in our budget a couple of years, but we do think it's prudent now that the trail has been completed on both sections to find a solution to this gap in the network. And I hope I was able to give a concise enough presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
No, you did great. Quick questions or no? Councilmember Murray.
Hi, just a quick question. So what I'm seeing here is sidewalks and reconstruction and design, but we talked today when we were learning about the grant, the federal grant that we got, that some of that design to make our streets safer and part of your plan is artwork and planting and things like that. And so that isn't part of any of these. It's not part of the roadway design and reconstruction. We're just looking straight at sidewalks here, correct?
So the Reconnecting Communities grant, so we have some funding available from last year that we reserved for grants, and that one has a 20% match. So it's a $750,000 project, of which the city would contribute $150,000. I think the plan is really vital. We're doing a tremendous investment on West Avenue, on the MLK corridor, and making significant investments into SONO. So this really is kind of the missing link or the last piece. And this Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods project, it also includes, it's not only planning, but designs. So we have shovel-ready plans, so we can go out and get that grant funding when it becomes available.
That's right, Garrett. Right. Council Member Murray, you're absolutely right. This is the design for the actual roadway and the sidewalks and the bike lanes. So the funding for the murals or the funding for the tree plantings or the funding for any of the other aspects of the streetscape would come from any of the other capital items that you saw here tonight.
Right. And so my concern is, and something I've learned from the great work that Mr. Balea and Mr. Travers has done, is that we also look at behavioral aspects of street safety, correct? And so would it be safe to say that without some of the tree planting and without some of the artwork that's part of the design, the street might not be as safe or intuitive to navigate, that those aspects are more than just an artistic aspect, that they also signal how people flow?
That's absolutely correct. So the design, for example, the design that Garrett and his team are doing and Jim and his team are doing identify some of the tree planting. So then we would work with DPW and use one of the grants that we would have, like the 1.5 million in ARPA funding and GGP and MLK money, to be able to work with Paul Sotnick to be able to plant the trees in those particular places, right? And I think We've been working super closely with them. We meet every couple weeks to go through all of the projects that are on the docket that each of the teams is working on. But the work that TMP is primarily asked to lead is really the design of what that roadway could look like. And then the actual implementation funds are asked for separately through capital, in addition to those streetscape improvements that you may see. And a lot of that, some of that comes as one package, like when we think of the Wall Street West Ave reconfiguration, and we think about the teeing up of Belden and the teeing up of Wall Street, for example, and the relocation of some of that green space. Some of the plan incorporates that, but to the most, that's almost an anomaly. To the most extent, the projects that we see are really looking at the roadways, and then how do we support the implementation of that vision and that ability to have that goal across the city with all of the other sort of pieces that we have in place, which is those capital pieces that you see with Sabrina's business development and tourism grants, or some of the ARPA money that we have slated specifically for trees. So it's just design. It usually is just designed for TMP.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm really excited about these plans and making our city safer, and those other elements are so important to me. So I just wanted to amplify that and put that out there. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Garrett. Thanks, Joss. Okay.
Thank you.
Joyce. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Councilmember Dunn. Sorry.
Just a quick clarification. The traffic safety data, is that technology that we're buying, or is that information we're buying? What is that?
Yeah, so it's so some of it's data, so some of it's safety data, so we can make better informed decisions and better respond to some of the criteria that grants require. It's also for that asset management system, so to do an inventory of all the signs within the city, to create a database with all the information that will continue to update and into perpetuity once we have that data on hand.
So it's paying for the plan that we're using data?
So it would pay for the data collection and the database that would be used as a repository for all the information, and that would be updated regularly.
That's the cost of the database.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Speaking of data, Joyce. Hello.
Okay, finally my turn. I secretly thought like you guys forget about me. All right, and good evening, everyone. So in the upcoming fiscal year, IT department has identified 5 crucial items for the city's capital investment. So all of which are in alignment with POCD code 11.1B, which is continue to update, modernize, and maintain networks, infrastructure, and the city facilities. And the total capital request for next fiscal year is $1.27 million. So our IT goal is to really just sustain the city's infrastructure, enhancing the support of existing system, and improving staff efficiency in delivering public service. Within that 1.27 million, there's a 5 item in there. The first item is fiber extension installation. That is $300,000. So this project is extending the fiber optic connection to fire station 1, 3, 4, and 5, fire apparatus, police marine base, Pasture Beach, and West Park. With the total estimate of 33,000 feet of fiber installed. So presently, the city operate top business location, and is rely on the leasing. We are rely on our leasing for our metro area network from the digital back office. For the past 20 years, we've been leasing. So I really need to thank TMP department that when we were working with them and monitoring their the traffic network, they are also kind enough to share the traffic fiber with us. So this fiber extension is just extended from existing traffic fiber, which is city owned already. Several of the crucial locations like City Hall, Police Headquarters, Fire Headquarters, DPW Garage, and the 2 libraries, they are already connecting to a city-owned fiber. Our leasing contract with the DBO remain valid until October 2025. So we would like to have the fiber optic in place throughout the whole 12 building before end of this year, and do a comprehensive testing before transitioning into our brand new fiber optic network. So while investing in city-owned fiber infrastructure really prove like more cost effectively in the long run compared to the current leasing arrangement. And now city really own majority of the fiber and building the extension from the traffic fiber into the city-owned building. It's a very cost effectively, and I believe within 2 or 3 years we are going to recoup all the costs we invested in this fiber installation. Chairman Golden, Goldstein, do you want me to continue, or you want to do one at a time?
No, I think continuing is totally fine.
Okay, perfect. The second one is a data storage server upgrade. That is $145,000. This capital request is to replace the data storage server that located in the police data center. The current server was installed in 2019, and it will reach its 5 years lifespan by end of this year. The new server will have up-to-date technology, fresh storage with much faster response time and compared to the old hard drives. This request including the hardware, server license, installation, and the 5-year maintenance. That is required by every new purchase. They require us, we need to have the maintenance included. So currently city have a total 2 data storage server. We have 2. So last year capital request budget, I made the capital request to refresh one of the older data storage server which is past 5 years lifespan. So we finished the installation in our fire data center, and now we are very, very happy with the performance of a data storage server choice we have made. So this year we are, it's time to replace another one. So we are putting the request of this capital to for this data service server. The third one is for the police department. It's a refresh of a mobile data terminal in patrol cars. That's $90,000. This project is in conjunction with PD's capital budget request, which is in the very beginning, they are asking for purchase the 10 patrol cars and the 4 motorcycle for the next fiscal year. This $90,000 will including fully equipped this 14 vehicle with laptop, software license, and all the in-car mobile printers, and anything miscellaneous like support by IT, any IT related equipment, it will be covered by this $90,000 for the 14 vehicles. The number 4 is continuing citywide technology refresh. That's $285,000. This is a citywide technology refresh, which is this request including all the physical server, laptop, desktop, monitors, webcams, smartboard, and meeting equipment. And it also including both libraries, public computer, and hardware refresh. So it's not only taking care all the city employee, part-time, full-time, their technology needs, but also including the library's public computer. So our goal is to maintain the business continuity and provide up-to-date technology to all city employees by using utilize this money to do the citywide technology refresh. Number 5 is a citywide access switch upgrade. That is $450,000. This project is to replace the 30 access switch and 3 additional network distribution switch and miscellaneous network hardware. So last year we have asked capital funds to upgrade our 3 core switches and 3 distribution switches. So these switches has been purchased and installed in our data centers. So the new core switches really improved dramatically on the performance of our network. However, currently City have a 47 access switch. The reason I'm asking 30 because we only have a 2 network engineer and we have a very small team. I really do not want City to borrow the money for something that we are not be able to install within a year. So we are asking 30 access switch because that's covered all the crucial business location. That's going to cover like City Hall, Police Department, and Fire Department headquarters. And this new closet switch will be able to handle larger and faster data load. For the rest of the 17 access switch, we are not being upgraded. Next year, if we probably will come in front of you and asking for that, but that it will be covering other city business location, but not as crucial as the 3 City Hall, fire headquarters, and police headquarters.
Thank you, Joyce.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you had run through the
I'm done.
2025 items.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And thank you so much for waiting. All right. Oh man, Vanessa, I'm so sorry for all of you who've been at City Hall all night. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Nora. Najelski.
All right, I will be very short. I know this is long, but Joyce, I mean, the efficiency study identified IT as the city's #1 sort of need and the place where we needed to invest more. Are there other items that didn't make it into your capital budget request this year that you nonetheless think are crucial? Are there things we should be preparing for the next couple of years?
Nora, I have hard to hear you.
We're having trouble hearing you.
Need to invest more in IT, so I don't want to miss.
Nora, we're having trouble hearing your question
while we're looking at the budget.
I'm sorry, Nora. We have a hard time. Yeah.
She's gonna text. Maybe she'll text me.
Okay. Yeah. I'll stay for the question, or you can send it out to me.
Yeah.
I can say I know what she's asking. She's
okay.
Referring to the efficiency study, having identified IT as having some pretty serious needs, and she wants to know if there are if there are items or services that you feel that you're lacking that you need.
Yes, because this year I think well, when we put in the capital request, we didn't put in, well, if I need $5, I didn't ask for 7. So when I got recommended, got cut, it's really I do not have a second contingency plan for all the infrastructure upgrade. But this is fundamental. This is the foundation of everything. The network infrastructure is the foundation of everything. The system built on the network, the program built on the system. So we really want to lay a really great foundation for any technology needs we have for the future. And I understand this two year we are asking much more capital request than previous year. It's because the Evergreen's study basically they are right. We are we need to catch up. There is years of things like we haven't kept up with our technology needs with all this like booming of the needs of the internet speed, with all the software, hardware, everything is like, we always joke about anything plug-in outlet IT is involving. And we do have a very tight team and small team, but very efficiently, so when we asking for capital, we are not asking, say, have somebody design the things for it. We do the designing. We don't need to have a consultant to do that. So it's a bare cost, pure cost of what need to be get done for the project. So yes, I would love to have the, some of the money back, for our project, if possible.
Thank you. And I will
Thank
let
you.
Nora know that she can tune in at almost the 4-hour mark here for her answer. Thanks,
Joyce, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I know it's late,
Have a
and
good
I
evening.
see some of you are at City Hall, so I'm like, I feel terrible about that. Vanessa, DPW team.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I've been in good company here, Josh. So
Good, I'm glad, I'm
good.
glad.
If you guys allow me, what I would like to do is first, I know that some questions were submitted by us in advance, and I believe that most of them actually it is related to DPW. So maybe I can go over some of the answers that we have, and then I can give just a little overall of the budget. I really don't feel that I need to go line by line unless if you tell me differently. Also here on the call and with me, I have the head of each department. So next to me, I have Jim Yan, head of engineering. I have Chris, Store, and Eileen from operations side, Ralph Cope from the BPCA, Ken Hughes for Rex and Parts, and Neil, where is Neil? Neil Rennie for building facilities. So first, I just want to address the question. So the first one that we received was that, can the departments please provide us with lists of capital projects listed which are either grant funded or are expected to be reimbursed by an outside source, state, federal grant funding, and want to know what our debt burden is relative to anticipated reimbursements. To be honest, all the projects that we listed here, we are not expecting any grant funds for this year. The only exception would be the WPCA. The WPCA, although they are enterprise fund, some of their capital requests, we are hoping that we may be able to qualify under the Connecticut DEP Clean Water Funder Program. We have already submitted that list of what we call a priority list for projects for them, that it can be up to $8 million. But we're not going to know that in advance. As part of the WPCA, we submitted some projects that is related to our consent order that we are pretty much compromised now to do. And as part of those projects, we send the priority list to that grant. So we're not going to have an answer soon. So that's why you see the full request for the next 10 years related to that. Engineering does receive some LOTSIP grant for a paving managed program that the state passed to the city. But this is independent from the $6 million that we are putting on in our request. So besides that, we do receive another grant that we do very separately from this project because there is a lot of requirements on that project. We need to meet some GB guidelines that really makes the price a little bit higher. So instead of using that grant as part of the whole package, to be able to be more cost effective when we are purchasing our paving, we decided to bid separate streets just of that funding. As of this year, that funds will be about $850,000. The other question that we had was related to the fleet. It said, is the fleet management plan part of an overall plan to transition the vehicle fleet to hybrid electric, and if possible, or was this list compiled later? No, we are ready. Again, we're very aligned with the mayor to make Connecticut the greenest city. As you have heard before from Jim Walsh, he had already started infrastructure on the police headquarters. Neil is heading the project for us to do also infrastructure units for our EV chargers here at City Hall and also at the operations center. And our fleet request is already reflecting the new EV charger cars that we're planning to buy. We're hoping that we may be able to purchase. We're just trying to figure out which car is still with some of the money that we have allocated already during this fiscal year. But we are probably within a year, the goal is to try to acquire within all the departments, because again, we manage the fleet, about 5 to 6 electrical cars. So the other one was expand on both the necessity of the transfer station improvement, but also how this fits in more broadly with the waste management plan. As most of you are aware, we are in a study with a waste management plan. We are putting out a bid, hopefully in a month, for our new collection system for garbage. But what we are requesting here as a capital is really improvement on our asset. Unfortunately, the transfer station has been always a low priority with all the other projects that we need to do. But this year we have to bring that forward. And what we are considering now under what the request is some roof replacement, because it's actually leaking there in the scale house and in the tipping floor. Also, we need to do some upgrades to the scale house to improve a little bit the technology. We just bought a new software for the weight master. So now we need to make sure that he has a little bit of a better area, some computer. And also we need to bring some fiber optic, because believe it or not, we use an antenna to get to get any data Wi-Fi there. We were able to put some conduits under the tracks when the walk bridge, that improvement on those tracks, that was a big win. Now we just need to really find the funds so we can bring the fiber into it. We have all the infrastructure done. Our next question is related to the stormwater management plan. Why it is the stormwater management plan is slated to take until 2029. We have been requesting for $150,000 starting this year for each year until 2029. The reason for that is that we are finalizing our MS4 plan to be in compliance with our MS4 permit. And as of now, based on the plan that we're going to submit to the state, we have a lot of commitments that we need to do to be in accordance with the MS4. And we are evaluating that we're going to need about $450,000 a year. Some of the things we already carry under our operation budget, but this will be to be aligned with this plan that we're planning to submit. I know there's a lot of conversation beyond that about stormwater authority and all that. But as of now, because we don't have a go on other options, we need to carry that in our capital. Last question that I have is the DPW tree planting program ARPA or grant funded? As of today, yes. In the past was not, but we are using money. That's why we have been planting so many trees. We use a lot of grants. So we use ARPA money. We only have $250 left. The MLK corridor that we have about $144,000. We have ECD money and a little bit of capital money on our current year. Another grant that we got awarded is the U.S. Forestry Service. We have been awarded, but that money hasn't been coming yet. That grant total is about $1 million, but there is a lot of scope into it. But we are definitely considering that about $450,000 will go just direct to plant trees on certain areas that is needed, because it's a limited scope where we can plant those trees. So that's why you're seeing now in the budget, because we know that there is no other grants that we have applied, and to keep up with expanding the tree canopy, you're seeing a tree planting program back to what it used to be a couple of years before. So with that, I think that I answered the questions. My last thing that I want to say is that we were very, very cautious when we put this budget together. We went back as you can see, there's a big reduction between our first request and then the revised request. My whole team spent hours into every single item, because our goal is that we want to continue to provide the best level of service to the residents of Norwalk. I know that we have the biggest number, you know, we are very cautious of it. But we do provide, we are responsible to maintain a lot of the infrastructure. And unfortunately, we try to trim as much as we could, but it get to a point that we are comfortable with the number that is in front of us. So I don't wanna, I know that everybody's tired, I know it has been a long night. I'm happy to answer specific questions, or if you guys wanna go specific questions to one specific line, the whole team is here available.
Thank you, Vanessa. Does anyone have any questions? Vanessa, Team DPW, thank you guys. You guys, there was a very thorough presentation, and I know it's been a very long night, so I greatly appreciate it and all the work you do. Ralph's got a fun background. Just thought I'd mention it. Okay, so unless there's any questions, which I don't see any hands raised, I'm going to turn it back over to Jess and Sabrina, because I know there are a couple outstanding ECD items before we wrap up our capital budget discussion.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Vanessa.
We still have building management, WPCA yet, Josh, just FYI.
No, I
yes.
think that I covered that,
And-
Barbara, unless if you have any specifics on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that Vanessa made sort of a general statement, so I thought we covered it. Okay.
Okay, great. So we just have a couple more items under economic community development. Some of them relate to our office, the chief office. We also have code enforcement, business development, tourism, and historical. And I think you know, some of the anomalies on here are some of the things that you may not have seen before. And some of the things I want to mention are, one, the Small Business Main Street program is something that we funded. This is the third year that we funded it. So Councilperson Frere, it's probably one of those items that would go back to, we'd explore taking that back to operating as opposed to leaving it on capital. One that is new that you haven't seen before is this Welcome Center Transient Facility Marine Unit. This is a partnership between our office, Parks and Rec, and also the Police Department Marine Unit. It's looking at $350,000 to be able to secure funds to do design for one single building that would house a welcome center for transient boaters. It would also be the home to transient boating facilities, in addition to the home for the Marine Unit. I believe that the Marine Unit is currently located in the lot where the Sono Seafood is, and they've been working to find a new location. I believe that went through Common Council for approval just even a few weeks ago.
They're going to go right down the street.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we're looking for, that's a 5-year lease. So this would be a long-term solution to being able to figure out some of the needs that we have related to the harbor and some of the needs related to some of the health and safety pieces that the city is focused on. I'm just going to scoot all the way down just for the to get us through. So for Norwalk special events, we're looking at 250,000. That may also be one of those things that we want to move to operating and not capital. It's the second year that we've asked for that. We're looking at 4 seasonal large events that would include the holiday celebration, the Halloween celebration, a celebration in the spring, and also a celebration in the summer as well. And it also includes, and Sabrina, I am so sorry for scooting through all of this because I know how much hard work your department does in all of these things. This is not a reflection of all the work that you do, but looking at doing monthly events that include the Silent Book Club and doing Wacky Wednesdays, which Anna Brilt is helping us as a special event coordinator. We're also doing different events on Thursdays. So, it's to be able to fund those. The goal of this is to be able to have it be self-sustaining. And so you see $250,000 here today. We actually did a budget look at it this afternoon to be able to see what that number looks like and how we're using the funds moving forward. But the goal again is to be able to have the Arts and Cultural District and have the special events create a fund themselves that can do sponsorship and fundraising and be able to pull that package together. Our special event coordinator actually has a sponsorship package that she's been going around to all of the large organizations in the city of Norwalk to be able to collect funds. And the idea is to be able to offset that. And then I just want to touch on two of the historical items. One is the Lockwood Matthews Mansion, which is $3 million. And obviously that is a large funding amount for economic community development to look at. But as you know, the Lockwood Matthews Mansion has been going through a major renovation, and this really just sort of fills the gap at the very last stop, right? So this will allow them to complete the kitchen. It will allow them to complete the educational classrooms in the basement. It will allow them to do all of the work that they need to do in order to be able to open up Lockwood Matthews to the community, to be able to generate revenue once again. And we've heard a lot about that. And for Smith Street, that's the $75,000 for the jail, and it's to provide matching funds for a grant that the Historical Commission is applying to, and that's the restoration of the inside of the jail. So I'll leave it there, and if there are any questions, please go ahead.
Okay, that was a lot. Any questions? I want to give anyone opportunity. We're only over 4 hours in this meeting. Okay. I can't believe I get to say this, but I think we covered everything.
You have one more item, Josh, just as a reminder to make a motion.
I do, but I think I want to, before we do that, we need a motion. I see Councilmember Smith is an eager beaver who has her hand up, so make it.
No, I was just gonna say something silly, 4 hours and 8 minutes. Not silly, but I just want to acknowledge my husband for bringing me dinner so that I could go off camera and have something to eat.
My wife
and make it through
same
this.
thing. Why turn the camera off?
Yes, but I will go ahead and make the motion.
Peter forgot the rest of us.
We not have Park.
All right, so there is a motion, and Barbara, I think you got to say what the motion is.
Hold on, I have to read it. Yeah, I have so many papers here.
Park maintenance or no?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Park maintenance?
Yep, so that was part of DPW. So DPW was WPCA, operations, engineering, parks and maintenance.
Yeah.
Right, I think it's too late for me. I think I skipped.
That's okay. I think they're long gone. Okay, Barbara, hit it.
I will make the motion to advance the fiscal year 2024 capital budget to the Common Council for approval with noted amendments. But
Yeah, I don't think they're,
unless we want to make any. I mean,
no amendments have been offered throughout.
I have no amendments to offer, so at this time.
I heard no amendment.
Yeah, I don't really know how the process works, but I do think that there are certain things, especially like with the fire department, that I find like alarming that we're not doing it. And I think that there's room for some other things that we kind of take money from other things to kind of fund those things. I think that just like in the operations, we had to weigh like wants versus needs. And I think that we should look at that. Like, I don't feel comfortable not funding the fire station or the fire truck when we have a growing city, and those are kind of needs.
Absolutely.
So I do think that there are certain things that even with the police department, I don't think that we should be buying the electric vehicles that aren't really fully functional vehicles for a police department. And so it's things like that. I don't know how the process really works. Sorry for being new, but I think
it's a good point, and I don't think this is the last opportunity. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, if I can just offer a little help in that arena, which is that, if you have questions, between now and Tuesday, you can, email department chiefs and ask your questions, and you can propose amendments. I think, it sounds like we're all pretty tired, and we have just received a lot of information, and you kind of have to be prepared to make some type of amendment to move funds around. So you need the time to do some research and ask the departments where that money could possibly come from. And so there's room for, the caucuses, Heather, you're your own caucus, to, discuss these and come up with possible amendments and bring those to the floor at the council meeting.
Yep. And obviously this is a large, gotten a lot of information. As Councilmember Smith accurately said, there is permission to make amendments on the floor of the council. So this is not your last opportunity to do so. But we are by charter required to move the capital budget out of this committee by April 15th. So Jalen, as a matter of procedure and in accordance with the city charter, we do need to move this, but that doesn't foreclose the opportunity to bring up. I'm not saying no, is my point. Okay, with that, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor for advancing the FY 2024 capital budget to the Common Council for approval with, there are no noted amendments, but the item says with the noted amendments. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Is that 4 that I got up? 4. Opposed? Okay, that's 4.
You got Miss Young. Miss Young voted. She's in the attendees section.
She's in the attendees section? Okay.
Oh, Sabrina, can we bring
I
Darlene?
just
over?
promoted her. I think she's rejoining now. I don't know how that happened, but here she is.
I'm sorry. I was at work and I had to leave and I just walked in my house. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to call the vote again. All in favor, raise hands. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Darlene, 5. Opposed? Heather? I think, are there any abstentions? I think that's it. That's 5 in favor, 1 opposed. Unbelievably, we are not done. This is new business A, planning and zoning. Authorize the mayor, Harry W. Rilling, to execute an agreement by and between the city of Norwalk and Indigo River Consulting, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $166,000 for the scope of services to conduct the Norwalk Strategic Harbor Plan account, and note ARPA account and grant accounts as noted. I'm not going to read them. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Freyer.
A motion to get this over and done with.
Steve, Jess, I don't know who's gonna take point. But.
Yeah, so I'll do, so Charlie, my 3-year-old, always says, Mom, I always wanted to say hi, but you talk so fast, I can never squeeze myself. So I'm gonna do this exercise of talking really fast and hopefully get all the information out to you. But, I grew up in Ontario. We have a lot of fresh water, but we don't have a lot of ocean. And so I've been really blessed in order to be able to work in all these communities that have ocean and all this coastal waterfront. And it always occurs to me each and every time that, as a community that has so much access to water, sometimes we get desensitized to how amazing that is and the utility of it and the economic development opportunities and the tourism opportunities. And so, we've been pushing and talking to the Harbor Commission for 4 or 5 years about really trying to wrap our arms around what opportunity lies around the harbor in the sense of recreation and tourism and thoughts about commercial and industrial. And, we had the opportunity through the ARPA funds to be able to set aside $125,000 to be able to bring on a consultant to think about this. And I heard the comments in public comment earlier by Linnell and also Diane. And I think that there's confusion as to sort of what this is versus what the harbor management plan is. The harbor management plan is a document that was done in 2009 that has been updated over the years by the Harbor Commission, the Harbor Management Commission, and that document itself actually governs the way in which the harbor is run. It governs the fee structure, it governs the policies that the harbor master uses to be able to regulate the harbor in any meaningful way, whether it be recreational or commercial or industrial. This study is something completely different. This is really a strategic study that says, how do we use the harbor today? How could we use the harbor in the future? And what capital infrastructure requirements are required to be able to do that? And so one really good example of that is that we've never really come in and actually looked in a meaningful way at the way in which our moorings are located in the harbor and where our transient moorings are located in the harbor and how we can really up that amount and utilize that. But then it also speaks to where the transient facilities can be located. It marries with the $350,000 that we're asking for in the economic community development budget because we want to move this forward together. And so, I'm really passionate about it. I'm really excited about it because I just feel like we have this huge asset. And I feel like, for the people who are born and raised in Norwalk, if they've never been out on the water before, you could be out on a boat and look at your own city and not even recognize it, And so I feel like there's a real divide between people who are able to get out on the water and people who aren't awarded that sort of that chance. And so, we were able to put out an RFP. We developed a scope, and the comments I heard are. I don't agree with them, but I understand where the frustration comes in. So Steve and I attended the Harbor Committee meeting a number of months ago, and what we said is that we would create a technical assistance group that would help us develop and finalize the scope. And so if you were able to read the memo that we put together for you for this meeting today, what we actually said was that the scope that's included in that memo is actually a proposed scope. It's not a finalized scope. We have the technical assistance group that we've reached out to. It's a number of different folks, and it actually is all the people that Diane and Linnell Jones mentioned. It's people from the Shellfish Commission, 3 people from the Harbor Commission. We looked at Dick Harris, who's been in the harbor for a long time. We looked at Gary Wetmore, the harbor master, and a number of different folks that use the harbor in a meaningful way, the rowing clubs as well. And so the idea was to bring that group together and to be able to finalize the scope before we actually contract with the vendor itself. The reason for the $166,000 is because we have $120,000 coming from ARPA, but we were able to marry that with $44,000 from the Port Authority through a SHIP grant that the Harbor Management Commission was actually able to receive. And that specifically looks at street ends in Norwalk, specifically East Norwalk and South Norwalk, and how to increase public access to the water. So overarching, I think this plan really focuses on how do you get Norwalkers more access to the water in a more meaningful way? And how do you utilize the harbor to a greater extent? How do we bring in tourism and boaters coming in from the water to Norwalk? And how do we provide them with a really great experience? And what does the opportunity look like? And how do we identify what the capital need is? And how do we close the gap on that? But the way in which the proposal is that you see in your particular packages, it's a draft proposal, and we need to finalize that. And we want to finalize that with the actual group that we have pulled together. And the reason why we're presenting it now is because we feel like we can do that in the next couple of weeks and be able to contract to be able to get the vendor up and running for the summer. And we didn't want to delay the process even more than what we've already delayed it, especially with the Port Authority money that came through. We want to make sure that we're spending that down and being responsive to the state because we'd like to apply again. And the next application is in July. So I'll leave it there and answer any questions.
Councilmember Fryer.
Yeah, probably about 35 years ago, I was a consultant and did
this meeting also started 35 years ago.
What? No, maybe it was 40 years ago. But I was in that business of helping to develop revitalization programs for different Connecticut harbors. And I had a not-for-profit that also did the same thing. So I did quite a bit of research and found out that the economic impact of having marinas and waterfront access to cities is a tremendous influence on cities, and it's a real moneymaker, and it attracts a lot of people. All you have to do is go across Long Island Sound to some of the cities over in Glen Cove, for example, where I had a marina over there. The places are phenomenal. They are really interesting to go to. They've got restaurants right on the water. You get access right, places to tie your boat up, stay overnight, spend a day there, and spend money. And that's what we're looking for.
Exactly.
Any additional questions? If not, then I will call for a vote. All in favor? That is unanimous. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
I just wanted to thank you, guys. I think this is the longest economic committee meeting in the history of the economic committee or committees. I just wanted to say thank you all. Just a quick reminder as we consider whether we want to do amendments to the capital budget. You can't just plus it. If you are considering an amendment, there has to be a swap. So just something to think about. And with that, one final motion.
Wait,
Can't we spend another half hour or so?
I'm sorry, Jalen.
So to that point, like there's no, like you have to, there's like the cap is set for
Capital
that.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are two options. One is you reject the cap and it goes back to the BET. The second option is if you want to fund one project, it's at the expense of another or more than one. So you either have to swap-a-de-do or you have to, or reject the cap. That's my understanding of the situation.
Or you can also lower it.
Yes, you can also
Yes.
lower it. That's correct. So
Okay.
that's all in accordance with the charter. Councilmember Lopez.
Sure, and so that swap, that change would obviously be done or proposed as an amendment in chambers, right?
Yes, so
Okay.
it just passed through the Economic Community Development with no amendments, so is now going to the full council. Council members have the opportunity to make amendments on the floor. So if an amendment can be made, it either passes or it doesn't pass. I believe it has to pass by a simple majority. I don't think
Right.
it requires a 2/3 majority for this sort of thing. So, if you do propose an amendment, though, it has to be specific. As Councilmember Smith was saying, you have to say, I want to, move the funds that are allocated to this project to project A to project B, or project A and B to project C.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So, that's my understanding of the situation.
Josh,
And I'm sorry.
It seemed like there were a lot of things that we were concerned that were in capital and should have been in operations technically. That's not an amendment though, because it's in different.
That's correct.
Right.
The question would be, in next year's capital budget process, do the departments, and Jess can help me out here, do the departments remove that from their capital budget request, or does the city say, you got to put this in your operating?
Right. And I think we heard Steve say that, before Henry, we had those things in operating. And then when we got Henry as a CFO, we moved it over to capital. And now, of course, Jared is with us. So we'll be meeting with him and he'll be able to determine, but I fully hear what you're saying. And I also agree to a very large extent, right? I have a little bit of a differing opinion maybe than Councilperson Frere in the sense of like, is it a one-time, is it investment? But, now with the new CFO on board, I think all those decisions will need to be made and a policy will need to be set as far as what belongs on operating and what belongs on capital.
Mm-hmm.
If it stayed in capital, it's probably better because you're writing it off over a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're only taking the expense you're only booking the expense if it's a 5-year capitalization. You only book 1/5 of that every year. That's the only expense.
Right.
Like open space though, I mean, which I'm in favor of putting money into, you're not writing that off because you haven't actually purchased the open space. It's just a fund, right?
Right. So then
Well-
you would, right. So the capital items, you'd bond for those capital items, but the money is only borrowed when the contract is signed and you use that funding, right? And so for the 75,000, until you sign that contract, and that's when the borrowing happens.
But it's also, you're buying something too. Okay, you're buying an asset. Okay,
But-
it's a tangible asset that you're going to have.
But this is
Whereas if you have a plan, that's not necessarily a tangible asset. You can't touch it. You can't pick it up. You can't hug it. And maybe you could hug it.
but this is a debate for another time. I mean, this is
Yeah.
this is something that goes to something you sit in front of Jared, you work it out over the course of the year. That's not what this committee or the council
No,
members are charged with right now.
It's simply an accounting treatment. That's how you're doing it. And you're
Right.
you're gonna capitalize it, which means you spread out the expense over the life of the asset, or you just take it as an expense, like paper. Okay, paper is something you don't capitalize all the paper you use. You pay for it. It's an office supply.
I think we understand your point, but I think it's ultimately Jared's decision, our new CFOs, as Jessica has said.
Can I
Councilmember
just
Smith.
add just one thing that, just for a point of clarification before we do actually take that motion to adjourn. I think we all felt really compelled to feel strongly about the fire department, funding that fire department and looking at the fire truck. That's a very big ticket item. And so, if there's an amendment that anyone is going to want to make next week, you have that responsibility to go into the budget and look for that amount of money. It's a lot. It's a lot. And, we have moved some things around in the past, but we're talking about a couple $100,000 here and a couple $100,000 there. This is a really big ticket item. So I just wanted to leave you with that. So, everything was really clear.
But the other thing you can do is if
Reject it.
we're talking about what, a $3 million fire engine, and the story I'll see if I can find the article I was reading about small fire engines being more efficient than big fire engines.
To be honest, I thought that Councilmember Smith was talking more about the station.
Yeah, this was the
But it
station.
was also about the fire
talking
engine
about the
too.
station.
Yeah, it's the fire engine. I think there's a lingering question I have about the fire engine, because it's based on the rationale that it needs to be fully funded if we're sending essentially an IOU note. But I don't know the answer to that. But the station, I thought Barbara was talking about the station.
Yeah, I was
That's
talking about the station.
Okay.
Specifically, yeah.
Yeah, because that's a $3 million item or something in that neighborhood.
Well, the other one was two.
Yeah, the fire truck is more of a bookkeeping thing and a question
Right.
for Sharon Collins.
And that's,
As,
and I don't know,
regulate
and obviously she
expenses.
wasn't. Right. I
She's
don't know
pretty
what her
buttoned up with regulations, so, there's,
I think we
I
just need to
imagine.
know what her
there's-
rationale is.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
Okay.
can I make a motion to adjourn?
Someone make this motion. Councilmember Smith.
Second.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good job, team.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you so